This will lead you nowhere. If the clouds can run the sky, and you take it, stand back and cry. Everybody's waiting on the same as long as they're taking strong. Everybody miss the earth, only there, hoping you just die. But you know the Americans can't be choosers, but the guineas in the land sun. It just can't be wrong. They're singing the song. Colors will lead you nowhere. When the sun is in the sky, brings a color flood. Then the sky can take us on to the Lord above. When the grass begins to wave, the flag to many a dove. Used to feel the broken love. When the rainbow brings again the same never touch. Do you wonder what it's like to me alone too much? If the love is cursed to heaven, then it can shout. Do we need to find love? Through the test of time, there is children, better sing the bush, right out count. All of these complaints will in comparison to yawning still. You just have to make it known, but I'll tell you, you have just been lectured by people in the air. They know what they do, but it's up to you to take it somewhere. To the music, so you never have to move the end. Mating is dating and fun is what you tell all your friends. You just can't be wrong. They're singing the song. I'm feeling inside, so we won't need too long. Colors will lead you nowhere. When the song kisses the sky and brings a color flood, then the sky can take us all to the Lord above. Well, the grass begins to wave the flag to many a dove. Used to feel the broken love. When the sun is in the sky and brings the color flood, then the sky can take us all to the Lord above. When the grass begins to wave the flag to many a dove, you're the veil of the broken love. When the rainbow brings a gift to see him never touch. Do you wonder what it's like to be alone so much? When the bird gets cursed to heaven, then it can shout. Do you need the fun Violet's fucking look good and not, I don't know, bad. I like the new Pokemon so far. A lot of people are like, oh, this looks fucking dopey, this looks dumb. I'm like, you are talking about Pokemon. Tired of ghost. Repellers propel bubble scream. Repair now exists. From shivering gills to shivering ghosts. But one and one make two. Subtractions always do. And no one knows better than you. You will know better.
I'm sorry. I have my pre-screen on, so it sounded like you said something about shitting.
I said I'm fooshing so hard.
Okay, that's probably what I thought you said. But like, I don't like assuming that sort of thing. Hi, Waffle. What's up?
You hit.
My volume is like low on everything. There we go.
I was also speaking pretty low there.
Oh, okay. That's why everything is not very loud. It's all coming together.
Haha.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Did you see my post on my Discord about the seed?
Oh, yeah.
I'm I'm upset.
I'm gonna go to my live stream, my live thing now.
Yeah.
Now people can hear you. When you.
Welcome to Inside Jokes, chat. Happy We Dissent Day 3.
We're raising money for this. Hello, Squiggly. Also, I don't know if Waffle can hear me, but Waffle's here too.
Yeah, I said hi to Waffle. Waffle's definitely like here and shit.
Waffle. Hello, Waffle. Wow, why did I did like a frog thing there.
Waffle. Waffle. Squiggly. Hi.
It's
I'm gonna eat some potatoes.
twitch.tv/squigglyvt.
Yeah.
And also twitch.tv/waffle soup.
Bunch of cool people that we know.
Yeah. What if I just started referring to everyone who ever talks in my chat as twitch.tv/their username?
That'd be really dystopian, and I would kind of hate it.
Every time I start up Blasphemous, I see the door shuffle coming soon, and I am disturbed and also excited.
You look at your fucking picture of Dork. Like.
Who's it? What's it? I'm not gonna be able to see anyone who follows me this time because I can't look at my OBS and also Khadgar at the same time.
Chatterino doesn't show that shit, does it? I think it's just
No, you have to
subs.
like make a bot. You have to like make a bot who will like do that shit. Not make a bot command. The other people have made the bot for you.
You can make a butt.
Bot.
I'm so scared and excited for entrance right now for Pokemon RB. Holy shit. That's evil. That's evil shit.
You leave from your front door in Pallet Town and suddenly you're on Cinnabar Island.
I was talking to Kay about shit like this the other day, where I'm just like, Archipelago developers literally just sit there and be like, that would be fucking awful, wouldn't it? I wonder if I can do that.
Archipelago.
Archipelago. Did I pronounce it wrong again?
Obligatory.
Fuck off!
I pronounced it right! No, why are you booing me? I'm right.
I gotta get this all out of the way now before I can't do it.
You're pitiful, and you're gay!
Thank you. Thank you.
What else should I do while I have the chance?
I'm eating potatoes, so I can't like.
I like to get in the way. I do it every day.
All right, one more.
You want to get a shot of
Ninja
us?
Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3.
We're gonna say. Ah! Yep, they are also adding an option to split the card key item into 11 different items, one for each. Oh. Why? Why? That's not even how it works in the main like game, right? Why do you all hate yourselves like this? I'm almost done with this potato.
Eat your fucking potato.
It's almost one. We gotta begin.
Yeah. This is gonna be a multi-world that starts on time.
Says you. I'm gonna go get up and put this in the fridge.
Can't believe.
I'll be back. I'm not even muting. I don't give a shit. You can hear everything.
I can't believe that twitch.tv/randomrings is gonna make us late for our charity multiworld. Which, by the way, this is for charity. I don't know what the commands are, and I forgot to change my fucking title. It still says I'm playing Dark Souls. Hold on. And also, it still says it's day 2. It is not day 2. It is day 3. I am not playing Dark Souls. I am playing Blasphemous.
Welcome to the stream.
What's up? I forgot to update all of my information.
Awesome.
It's now all updated.
While you're doing that, hi everyone. My name is Aiden Iona. My pronouns are they, she. I'm joined by my friend Duckie.
What's up?
Duckie 2010.
Hi.
Today
It's
we're
me.
doing
I
a
am
multiple
2010
randomizer.
ducks.
Yeah, that's true. Collection of 2010 ducks. Why does my shit seem quiet now? Did I fuck up everything? I'm losing my mind.
Ruined it. Anyway, continue your spiel.
We've been over the past 2.5-ish days raising money for Trans Lifeline, a charity that supports trans people trying to find resources to come out easier, safer, and just the ones that are already out to, you know, try to figure out and sort out more of their shit in life. You know, from experience, it's rough out there, and I'm glad that we're able to raise this much money. And on my screen, you can see my personal goal. That's bullshit. Let me show you what's actually happening. And you might be thinking, Aiden, that's amazing. You raised $125. No. Check this out. Bitch, check this out. We have raised $14,000, almost $15,000 collectively between all of us for Trans Lifeline.
Yeah.
And if you want to fuck with us some more, actually, you can't fuck. Well, you can fuck with us a little bit. You can fuck with me a little bit. I don't know what redeems you have going on for today. If they're any different from yesterday.
I just have my doodles.
Okay. So
Not
you can
my
get some
doodles.
cool
Pidge
shit from Pidge. Pidge will make you a 10-minute doodle. They're really good at what they do, so you won't be disappointed. The ones so far that he's done have been exquisite, if I do say so. Kay is here to mod. She's a mod in both of our chats, so
Yeah. Super mod.
she's super mod. People have called her that in the past. It's true.
Mhm.
If you want to
30
fuck with me, I've
seconds
got
ago
some
wasn't
redeems
even
left. But the main gimmick of this. So for those of you who don't know what a multi-world randomizer is, it works like any other randomizer, right? The catch is that it's connected through a server. So Duckie and I are going to be playing 2 different randomizers, 2 different games. I'm playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. She's playing Blasphemous. And our checks are going to be connected. So some of the stuff that I find has nothing to do with my game, but will help Duckie out in Blasphemous, and vice versa with Sonic Adventure 2.
Most of
This is
my
very
stuff I'm gonna find are gonna be related to my game because I have like 3 times as many checks.
That's also true. Duckie plays games that have a lot more checks than Sonic Adventure 2 does. But I digress. Today's a very special multi-world, though, not just because it's for charity, but because we are putting a stipulation on ourselves. Now, hypothetically, physically, there's nothing stopping us from hinting for what items that we have, but we're not going to. That's where you come in. We need you to donate to the charity, and you can redeem it on either Duckie's end or my end to give us hints for our multi-world randomizer, for our seed, to allow us the ability to hint for items.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna do this on a pen and paper, old school. So if I get hints, I'll remember. So I was gonna set up a thing for that and then forgot. All right. I have caffeine now, so I'm ready to fucking go whenever you are, man.
Yes, and I guess just one thing for the sake of ease in terms of tracking where the hints are. We do have 2 separate campaigns, so whoever you want to give hints to, donate to that campaign. Probably would make it easier logistically.
And pinned, I have a Khadgar link, so you can see both our streams at the same time. It's an interesting thing about this kind of stream. I'm gonna go turn off my banger
Also,
playlist, actually.
Same thing on my end. I also have a pinned link.
Let's listen to some boat rock, shall we?
Yeah. I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
For the seed?
Yeah.
All right. We Dissent Multiworld in 3, 2, 1, go!
Is this
Doing
the
it.
stage you would like
I
to
have a
go to?
cutscene right at the
Oh,
beginning. I
thank
should have.
I have a fucking... Okay. I have at least 2 checks I can do. My seed is shit.
But rock.
Yeah, that's a good butt rock, though. We got Honey the Cat. We got Trans Honey the Cat.
Hell yeah. I have a nondescript person in a helmet. They could be trans. They are trans now. For the purposes of this seed.
Good. I'm glad.
I'm using a different controller, so anytime I fuck up, it's because of the controller and not a skill issue on my end.
Oh, yeah, you weren't here for the, I think the Emerald test seed? Or no, Lunista, so you were there for it. Never mind. My A button is sticky now. Like, not
you?
sticky to touch. Like, it just does, it pops back up like a whack-a-mole.
It's not trans accepting, it's trans mandatory. Exactly.
Oh fuck, I don't have Chatterino up. When I say I'm ready, there's always at least one thing that's fucking wrong. That's how I work.
It's closer. One more lap.
So for those who haven't seen this sort of thing before, because Sonic Adventure 2 randomizer for Archipelago for the Multiworld is actually different than the Sonic Adventure 2 randomizer you've probably seen before. It was actually specifically developed for Archipelago. So what I'm doing is the Cannon's Core %. What I need to do is I need a specific amount of items to be able to beat Cannon's Core and a certain amount of emblems, like Duckie just got me an emblem.
I just beat my first boss.
Duckie's already beaten her first boss.
Force Fem
So
Souls like? Exactly.
Exactly. Force Fem's like, oh god. The sneeze is free. I don't have to donate for that one.
The burps are
I was
also
gonna say.
free.
Oh, yeah, so I need shit like hammer gloves. On paper, I need bounce bracelet. Like,
You mean like that? I think the seed is listening to us because like you started talking about emblems, I sent you an emblem. You started talking about the bounce bracelet, I sent you the bounce bracelet. Like,
I swear to God, I didn't plan this.
I can't believe that
Alright.
you planned the bounce bracelet to be the first check that I do, second check that I do,
And to be voice
planned
activated.
right?
Very impressive. I have anxiety self-generating a fucking Pokemon Emerald APC, but programming voice shit into Archipelago, that's easy.
Not planned, rigged from the start.
Exactly, Squiggly. Where the fuck is this thing? You would think with the hints. Oh, I didn't hint for this one, that's why. Well, different from the Archipelago hint.
Yeah. In-game hints. I have some in-game hints as well.
You do? The Blasphemous?
Yeah. Mystic
come in handy.
Melody.
Mystic Melody! I think that might help.
Mystic, like a melody in my head.
We've gone through all the jokes.
Not too
Yeah.
bad.
This is it. The rest of this is gonna be straight laced, and I'm not gonna joke about anything.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Oh!
Jokes on this stream?
We don't do that here.
No.
I already have my boss fight. I don't have to be stuck in fucking treasure hunt hell anymore.
Oh yeah.
Even get the chance.
I was really, really worried that I'd like do the one check in mat space and then just be BK'd. Like right at the beginning. Right after in our DMs, I was like, I don't think either of us are gonna be BK'd ever in this seed. BK'd stands
Zero
for
tomfoolery. Yeah, go ahead.
it stands for tomfoolery, but in like Russian, where the letters are all fucked around. You know how that language goes.
Yeah.
They just flip the normal letters upside down and shit.
Bazooka. I'm
really
like
good,
your
actually.
tails is getting loaded here.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Can we do Eternal Engine? I think I still need Booster to do Eternal Engine. I can do another boss already though. That's fucking nuts. That's weird. Oh, I randomized the gate levels, so they give me a really small amount of stages, but like that means it's easier to get more.
Fair.
I was like, how do I already have that?
I can buy 4,300 Tears of Atonement, which is the currency in my game, for 500
Yes.
Tears of Atonement.
Oh, what do you think?
I think I'm gonna do it. Have this emblem because I'm already fucking loaded.
I like those sorts of things.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
I got another roof stage I can do. I think I have all the shadow stages already. How many shadow stages are in this game? No, I'm missing one shadow stage. It's 100 ring. I can do that. I'm also doing mission randomizer. Normally the missions aren't randomized, but you can set it to where the missions are randomized. So I have a pool of 3 or
Sorry, someone
so
just donated. Aaron! I can't see how much that is. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this.
I can't see
Aaron,
any of
thank you
this.
so much for the $50.
Damn.
I really appreciate that. If you would like, you are eligible for a 10-minute doodle from Pidge's Parcels. If you would like an example of what one of those doodles looks like, you can look at my stream right now once I make it fit the screen. There it is. It could be like this. You can just give... you did select the reward? Okay. So just let Pidge know what your prompt is, and they will get that to you. But thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. And I'm technically over the milestone that I got to for the Nameless King. So if I end up BK mode at any point, which is probably unlikely to happen, or if we have time once we're done the seed, I will do that.
I love that.
We have
Thank
an
you,
extra
Aaron.
hour now, so like I might actually have
we
some
were originally
time
gonna have
left
4
over.
hours. I was actually really worried about whether or not we would be able to finish if no one donated at all. But now it's like, yeah, we might actually just be able to. But if people, it would still be nice if people could let us hint for our shit, so we're not shooting in the dark.
Yes. We were originally slotted for 4 hours, but they needed us to go a little bit longer, just for rating purposes, and we were like, that's cool. So if we finish our seed and we have time, we've already decided we're gonna do tier makers. We're gonna argue about tier makers for a time, if we
do
have
that
time
shit.
left over. Yeah. But I will also, if I have time left over, I will do the Nameless King fight as my milestone incentive, and you can be here to comment on it.
So this is a very interesting boss fight from one of my favorite video games.
You do love Dark Souls 3, I
Is
know.
this the stage you would
I'm a
like to go to?
notoriously huge fan of Dark Souls 3. Oh, it's Dry Lagoon, but it's mission 3. Shit. It's Cosmic Wall, but it's mission 3. This is ass.
Ow.
My shadow stages are doable though.
Remember, all
I
this
didn't
damage I'm
think
taking is not because of me, it's my controller. I'm not having skill issue right now.
So
I
you
didn't
do
die
the
because we should. I'm pressing any button. Why are you not going forward?
This controller is making this very hard. I don't know what to
See,
do. about
look, we're both having controller skill issues. I mean,
I'm
not
really
skill
pissed
issues,
about it.
controller issues.
it. 'Cause I bought this controller like not that long ago.
Was Dono and Run family gathering starting? All right. Well, I appreciate it, and I also appreciate the boosting you've been doing for me. Enjoy your family gathering.
See, when I hear family gathering, I run for the fucking hills.
Well, I mean, depends on which family we're talking about. Are we talking about bio family or found family?
Bio family. Relatives.
Yay.
Yeah, mine, I'm like, nah. Get the shit out of here. Oh wait, this is 100 rings. Fuck. I'm fucking up already. This is bad. This is real bad.
How many rings do you need? 100? You need them to be in hand?
I don't remember the words. One would think, since I actually like that shitty fucking game, that I would remember the words to the song that it plays every 2 seconds. I don't.
What's that? What game is it? Is that from Black Knight?
Secret Rings.
Oh, well. I probably should have figured that out, you know, by context clues. Got dried clove. I'm gonna sprinkle it on my bones.
Here
we go.
I have 90 rings. If something fucks me right now.
Hold on, let me just force your seed to have Deathlink on and then die quickly.
Do it. I dare you.
I almost thought about asking if you want to turn Deathlink on, but I didn't remember. I couldn't remember if Sonic Adventure had Deathlink.
Oh, it has Deathlink. Just not when I play it.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Fucking up.
Ow! There are people throwing rocks at me.
Oh. That's not good.
No. But, you know. We living.
I'm actually running out of shit to do.
Oh no. Will this be the one time where you get BK mode? And I guess it's not the one time.
And a live sync with like not me doing like 4 games at once.
Yeah. This is where you show that you have a secret Super Mario 64 seed, though, right? That's how it works.
I'm gonna go switch over.
Yeah.
That was not for me.
Was for me. It's okay, this is for you right now here. That was not for you. It was a bone.
Is this the stage you would like to
This
go
is
to?
not for you.
So hello, Urza. We're
up,
living
Urza?
and learning. You can't do one without the other. It's
learning that.
mandatory.
Fucking mission randomizer sucks. Am I BK'd?
You Burger King? That's what BK mode means, by the way. We were explaining that and then we stopped.
Y'all like Burger King?
I don't mind Burger King. They got these like sourdough melts right now. Those are actually pretty good.
Here's the thing I hate about doing Sonic Adventure 2 in AP, and it might be one of the only things I hate about doing Sonic Adventure 2 in AP. The tracker doesn't account for like a lot of things. It accounts for logic really well, but only for like certain things. So like right now, it's like you can do Mission 1 in Skyrail, but like, no, I fucking can't, because I can't get the Skyrail Mission 1 tracker, pop tracker, populous tracker.
Is it not accounting for mission randomizer?
No, it just shows me Mission 1 and upgrade for like all of them. And I have right now I can go to Wild Canyon 3 where I can't get the Chow, Security Hall 3 where I can't get the Chow, Mad Space 3 where I can't do fucking basically anything other than the upgrade check that I just got. Oh, actually, can I get Wild Canyon? No, I can't get the upgrade there.
Does that emblem help?
Yes! Yes!
Yes!
Tony Harnell said, woo!
Places to go.
All right, we should actually explain the Burger King thing.
It's a restaurant chain. I think it was founded in like the 20s, maybe 40s. I think it's been fairly recent. I don't think it's been around for like too terribly long.
Okay, I'm in a shop right now, and they're all items for you. I have Eggman Jet Engine, an emblem, and an emblem.
What do you have money for?
All of them.
The
just gonna
jet
buy all of them.
engine would rule. If you can get the other two emblems, then it's not like a problem. That'd be great. If not, there are other emblems.
I had 20,000 Tears of Atonement that collectively cost me 3,000.
Jet engine on paper is a go mode item,
Ah,
but fucking
but you've found ways to subvert it.
there was a seed where I was desperate. I don't remember which multi-world it is. I think you were there for it. I don't remember. But yeah, I found out there is a way. It's very fucking difficult and hard for me to replicate without a shit ton of extra lives. But Squiggly, thank you. But yeah, technically you don't need jet engine. Technically you don't need bounce bracelet. I can do the bounce bracelet skip fairly consistently. You do need Tails booster, which I don't have.
I almost
And
died.
hammer
I wasn't
gloves.
paying attention to my health.
Oop. I
So
think
does
there's a way to
Squiggly
glitch.
donate to you?
No,
Or follow? Oh, follow.
followed.
Blaze the cat. Yes,
Is
anyone
this
who's in my chat who isn't following Aiden, you should go follow Aiden.
Vice versa for Duckie, because if you like randomizer shit, she does randomizer shit way more often than I do. I just kind of do whatever the fuck I
Yeah.
want. And sometimes what happens with
Randomizers are like randomizers are like my except for when we're doing our Wednesday streams together. Randomizers is like my entire content.
pretty much. Are we going back to that this Wednesday?
That's the plan. Health permitting.
Yeah,
I am feeling good right now, but I can't know how I'll feel in 3 days from now.
right. This button is getting on my nerves.
The stealing your partner's controllers.
Okay. I'm good. Plus, with this shitty fucking game, I have to restart the fucking game over. Hey, Virtua.
Fair. Virtue! Hello!
Speaking of kitty girls.
Cat. She's a kitty cat. And she nyan.
Is this the stage you
The
would like to
nyan.
I've heard
go to?
that. Oh, that unlocks
There's
6 fucking stages for me.
Hell yes.
Oh. And I can do most of them, too. Green Forest, I
Right.
don't have the bounce bracelet to do, or the Mystic Melody to do, but I do have the bounce bracelet, so I do know a skip for that if push comes to shove.
We weren't talking about you specifically, but we were talking about the idea of you.
I was joking!
Let's go!
I have to restart the game. Thank you, sweetie. It is too bad. I don't like it.
Did Kay just walk in and give you a controller?
Yes.
Everyone go follow Kay. They don't stream that often, but go follow them.
They stream with us.
Yeah.
We're gonna do more Cat Quests at some point.
Oh yeah, because Cat Quest 2 is coming out.
Yeah. And if you like this insanity, chat, sometimes Kay and I do date night multi-worlds on stream where we play every game that we know how to run in this little like system. And like simultaneously. And we randomize them together. And try to finish it in like a stream. She plays Super Mario World and Pokemon Red. I play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Super Mario 64, The Messenger now, recently. Time Spinner, and not Pokemon Blue.
But maybe Pokemon Emerald once it's fully out.
Definitely Pokemon Emerald when it's officially out, because I have done a seed of it in beta, and it rules.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Actually, I can probably cost. Oh no, that's Cosmo 3. I can do that one.
Intruder alert.
I'm just looking at the Virtue's chat message and thinking about Clint Eastwood and cat ears.
Clint Eastwood and Cat Ears?
Was that Clint Eastwood in the movie? What movie is that from?
Level 1 security.
I don't know.
breach.
I was
think it's
about
Clint
to ask,
Eastwood.
were you talking about Clint Eastwood the actor or Clint Eastwood the Gorillaz song?
The actor.
All right, I forgot I didn't randomize my wounds.
Level 2 security door
I do like that we live in a timeline where that, like, asking if you're talking about Clint Eastwood the actor or Clint Eastwood the song is a viable question.
Yeah, sure. Which one is that one? Is that one the fucking shoe shine song, or is that the Happiness in a Bag is the one song, right?
It is a song. I am a very like passive Gorillaz fan. I haven't listened to any of their albums. I just kind of listen to them when they whenever they come up in like Spotify or whatever.
Urza's blessed me with
the knowledge.
Gorillaz knowledge. Now I know.
Apparently, speaking tangentially of Gorillaz, apparently Blur released a new album.
Songs 1 through 1 through 11, excluding
I said
2.
No, I said in the chat where I learned that, I was like, finally, song 3. That's like the only thing I know about, I know about Gorillaz in that like they did Feel Good Inc., they did Clint Eastwood, they did the I can't remember what the song is, but Jack Black's in the music video.
That was
one of the more
okay.
recent ones. Yeah. Also, I believe one of the members of the band, the fictional Gorillaz band, is trans.
Noodle?
But also one of the minds behind the Gorillaz is also the lead singer of Blur.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was any connection between those two at all.
I think it's Blur, or it might be Puddle of Mud. It's one of those two. I always get them confused.
I highly doubt it's Puddle of Mud.
I'm looking it up right now. Hold on.
If it's Puddle of Mud, I will piss. Can we start calling her a Ringo?
A Ringo?
I like that.
Aaron, oh yeah. She is, Erin is in my server, so you can just DM it to her.
She's also my server now.
Yeah.
I got options, Pidge. All kinds of options. What do you find about Gorilla?
Okay, it is the lead singer of Blur. And
okay. I was like, there's no way it's Puddle of Mud.
Oh, interesting. The other co-creator of Gorillaz. So there's the lead singer of Blur is one of them, and the other one is the co-creator of Tank Girl.
What?
Yeah.
Huh. I've only heard of Tank Girl. I don't know any songs.
No, Tank Girl's a comic book.
It's a comic book?
Yeah. It started in like the 80s. It got a really shitty movie adaptation.
Awesome. I thought it was a band. Clearly.
All right,
it's okay, it wasn't Puddle of Mud, so I don't have to make a puddle of piss. Very similar art style. Is that also any connection to why the Powerpuff Girls character is now in the Gorillaz? Is that anything?
I don't think so.
That was just a thing they did? They just acquired the rights to have a Cartoon Network character in their band?
I would look it up, but I'm multi-worlding right now.
You're acting like you're busy? What, do you got like a seed to finish or something? Whatever. Bullshit.
I mean, if someone wants me to go wiki dive for it right now,
I'll give Kay.
I have a channel point redemption.
I'll give Kay your Steam key and for Blasphemous and
I'll just do family sharing on. It's fine.
Your archipelago code. It'll be fine.
Pidge does not have enough points. Haha.
I do, but I'm not gonna do that right now because
you're multi-worlding.
I'm dealing with something somehow scarier than Blasphemous. Having to play a 3D Sonic game for longer than anticipated. I love doing this in AP. It really is.
Yeah. It all started. It started in another multi-world where I was BK mode and we were talking about. Okay, so the rabbit hole that happened was someone said something about Chiquita, and then someone said Chiquita Tequila. So I went to go see if Chiquita Tequila was a thing that exists. First of all, A, it does exist. B, Chiquita has been involved in multiple war crimes. And so that's what I learned during that. And so the goal of the wiki dive is to see if I can find whatever the subject matter is, if they have had any ties to anything that has committed war crimes.
I think you also answered Icy's question.
Yeah, stream is going really well.
How's
Hello,
it going?
Icy. Good
Chiquita
morning.
war crimes.
Yeah, did you know that Chiquita has been involved in multiple war crimes?
Did you know I just killed
I just
Eggman?
died?
We're dying later. We're dying. That's how the stream's going. Our controllers are fucked up. It's heinous.
Okay, this is... that's-
What?
I am pressing any button, but it... Okay, that's weird. When I die, for some reason my controller won't register inputs for the press any button to respawn. Chiquita is a multinational, like, conglomerate brand. Basically, if you've ever eaten a banana in your life, it has probably come from Chiquita.
Damn it, I was gonna gaslight him and say that it's a problematic streamer we know.
I mean, if they have a stream, then they might be.
Should I shout out Chiquita? I've done stupider. I've shouted out Waluigi before and was surprised that a result came up. Brought you a controller. Actually, yeah, I forgot to like plug it in because I'm a dingus sometimes. I'm focusing on a lot of things at once. Kay, I'm sorry.
I'm in the middle of playing a video game. Can someone type exclamation point doofus in Aiden's chat for me?
I hate you a little bit.
It's spelled D-O-O-F-U-S.
Damn.
Well, if you'll pardon my language,
Thank you,
sir,
Virtue.
I'm being a real doofus.
Not like that. Also in
Ed 2 Virtue.
in Aiden's chat, Aiden has a bunch of like sound bite things.
I'm still pissed that the first fucking somebody redeemed a
Well, if
random
you'll
quote.
pardon my language, sir, I'm being a real
You're pitiful.
doofus.
And you're gay.
The first quote that got redeemed for the charity when somebody put in a random quote was the one with Faye.
Oh yeah. And
With the armpit one.
Pidge, you are correct. They hired like PMCs in South America in order to maintain their monopoly.
Pretty nuts.
So technically speaking, not a war crime because they weren't at war with anyone, but it's basically a war crime. So long story short, if you eat bananas, you're problematic. Stop that.
Bananas. Wait a minute. That's why Pidge's dad brings him so many fucking bananas. He's trying to just share the guilt.
I'm gonna die again. Oh god, hold on. We're fine. We're fine. We're good.
The potassium's on your hands.
Technically not a war crime. Yeah. That's the shit that like my like lawful evil paladin says.
Banana bread though. Spit that shit
We're
out.
gonna have.
Unbelievable.
Why don't you think we could perform a heist?
That's just that quote. Like I used to like laugh at it really hard all the time, but now that so much time has passed, it's just kind of heartwarming because I was like from the second Multiworld I think I ever did.
Yeah, I think I was there.
Now I'm
I think
just like, oh.
if you have to say technically not a war crime, I think you need to think about the rest of your sentence.
Now Chiquita's not that bad. That one's relevant. I guess Kay's just really good at pulling up the quotes randomly that just rolling dice and getting ones that make me sound like a fucking monstrous pervert online.
I mean, you're not.
Not during charity stream.
As far as they know. We're trying to maintain an image here.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
What's Trans Lifeline's policy on being horny on main?
Trans Lifeline, what do you think about armpit? I'm gonna disconnect from Archipelago for a second. Everything's fine. After I get this check, I'm gonna disconnect and plug in this controller. Hope it works better. It probably does. Kay's talked about this controller pretty hard.
I won't have a sticky A.
I mean, I haven't felt it. To be determined. I don't know.
Child labor is bad, but banana bread.
I don't know what's going on with the quote bot. Don't worry about it. I'll add it later. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm off mic.
I mean, Kay could probably add it because they have mod powers. I could add it, but I'm playing video games.
I have to dig under the computer to find my fucking where I plugged in this USB thing. Actually, no, I don't. It asks you which controller you want when you boot up the game, but then afterwards, if you want to change it, fuck you. Quote number 41. Lifeline.
How does it add?
Bitch! Whatever. I'll fix it later.
Fix it in post.
I'm also adding quote number 42. Bitch. From Aiden, directed at fucking Firebot's quote bot. It glows blue. Oh. Sorry, chat.
All right. Time to do a stupid mini boss that I only have one chance to beat, but has a drop. I don't think it can ever be anything important. But it's a point of pride.
Sure. It still wants the other controller, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why Copebot's being a bitch. I just caught a bug in midair. I'm pretty excited about that.
Go, let's go.
Oh, I picked up controller. Thank fucking Christ. Thank you,
Got the Karate Kid. We got the Karate Kid in here.
I'm waxing upon you. That's a quote from that movie, right?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna wax you up, kid.
But then it's a her, first of all. But I killed them, so I did it. I have not failed the charity. I killed the optional
characters during a charity stream for Trans Lifeline.
I killed the optional boss that so what I read, Gorillas have loved Powerpins Girl since its inception, and apparently they know Craig McCracken personally, so the two have referenced each other on occasion. It was likely Gorillas that wanted to use Ace, and the Cartoon Network gave permission. Thank you, Virtue. What do you want? I mean, I guess I can't. I guess I can't stop you from misgendering fictional characters in a video game. Mr. Gendering.
I hate this a lot. To be fair, usually if people are misgendering, it's usually Mr. Gendering, let's be real.
Yeah.
Not to generalize on a fucking trans charity stream. At the same time. Ahem. Okay, I wasn't the only one. Ours was vehemently typing out, to be fair.
Now, in defense of the trans...
Ban.
This game is really good. Pixel art is really pretty. The game is also ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really pretty. We have it on a PS5. I might play it one day.
Play it, and then you should buy it on PC so you can play it in Archipelago.
Can't be any more frustrating than fucking Messenger.
Yeah.
Messenger
In defense
AP
of the
is
transphobe.
fucked.
Is this the
I like
stage
this.
you
Hold
would
on.
like to go
In
to?
defense of the transphobes, they can have a paper plate for a shield.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't read the rest
Thank
of
you,
that. That's
Virtue.
that makes a lot more sense now. I'm looking at it.
You just saw in defense of the transphobes, and you're like, I'm seeing red right now.
I'm banning Virtue. Cat VT. Banning my friend Virtue from my chat and your chat because I can do that. Defense of the World Health Organization? No, we didn't mention the World Health Organization. We're talking about Chiquita.
We're actually raising money for Trans Lifeline.
God forbid we raising fucking money for the World Health Organization. What the fuck?
No, Doctor Who. No, it's
Doctor
just
Who?
the Doctor. It's just the Doctor.
Then who's the Doctor Who?
It's the Doctor.
This is not funny. Okay, I hate this. I'm retconning this bit. I'm no anding.
No ending.
What do you
Who's
think
on
Chaos Soda tastes like?
Oops is on first. What?
Whoops is on first. Whoops is on second.
The whoops is on second.
I actually don't know. Isn't that from like some like Groucho Marx movie or some shit?
No, I don't know. It's on third. That's actually part of the bit. I don't know if you realize that.
No, I was introduced to that phrase through Farscape. I shit you not.
Yeah, Abbott and Costello.
Oh, yeah, I haven't watched a lot of Abbott and Costello. I should watch it again. I haven't seen Abbott and Costello since I was like a child, and I didn't think it was funny because I was a child.
Yeah, you'd probably appreciate it now.
I probably like it now. But yeah, there's a Farscape bit where they're looking at like there's like human people basically that like capture his alien friends, and they're like, what's that fucking ship in the sky? You should know what this is about. We just got you from space. And he's like, who's on first base? Who's on second? I can't see anything. It's just a little tiny screen. Farscape's fun.
Yeah.
I like that show a lot. I'll probably force Cape to watch it one day, but we're still on Golden Girls.
Golden Girl.
Being a friend.
I have like because of yesterday's stream, I have an urge to watch Malcolm in the Middle.
It's fun. I haven't watched it all the way through, but my friends are really into it, and they my family from down south, they really like that show a lot. Not my relatives, my family.
Yeah. We get to see Bryan Cranston in the role that made him a star.
Walter White and Malcolm
Yes.
in the Middle.
I just died. Well, that was a comedy of errors. I would like to know why my controller doesn't work when I have to press any button to continue.
Okay, let's go to Canada real quick. We're gonna drive. We're gonna get Duckie another controller.
You see the Breaking Bad alternate where
Yes.
he wakes up as the father from Malcolm in the Middle.
I consider that canon. Like,
It is
okay.
canon.
It's official. Like, it's not a fan edit. For people who haven't seen it, it's like they made it. Like, it's not supposed to be
Yeah,
canon.
yeah.
It's a joke, but like, it's fucking good. I love Breaking Bad so fucking much.
I'm gonna watch it one day.
It was my whole personality at like the beginning of this year. I was one of those bitches. Whenever I'm rewatching it, I become one of those bitches you hate. That keeps
I keep
DMing you
dying.
about like, I've been rewatching Breaking Bad. Hey, have you heard about Breaking Bad?
As one of those people who are recipients of those DMs, yes, it is true.
I do this shit. And Better Call Saul made it worse.
Yeah.
Because I had to catch up with that shit. I haven't seen the last season. You haven't seen the last of Breaking Bad? Why are you sleeping? Go watch the last season. How'd you pull yourself away? The last season's fucking insane.
Breaking Bad's a really good show, but it's sad. Okay. I will watch Breaking Bad as soon as Aiden starts watching The Good Place.
I have Netflix again.
I think it's on Netflix.
Tails, did you find the
Yeah.
president?
Almost, Sonic. Just
I definitely watch The Good Place on the legitimate streaming service.
It's just angry all the time. It's like a character study. Like, other than arguably Jesse Pinkman and like Skylar, none of the characters are like inherently good people. Except Skinny Pete.
I mean, if you ask the internet, Skylar's the worst character in the fucking show.
Yeah, Kay showed me, there's like some meme where it was like a poll they put on some website between Gus Fring, Skylar, Walter White, and not Walter White, Uncle Jack, Todd, who, by the way, Uncle Jack is literally just a Nazi. Like, there's nothing about it that's like nuanced. He has a swastika tattoo on his neck.
Yeah, it was like your options were a literal Nazi, like a drug kingpin.
Two literal Nazis. Todd is Uncle Jack's nephew, and he loves Uncle Jack. And then, a woman.
Yeah, and then woman who occasionally nags on her husband
for being a drug dealer.
Yeah.
I found the president.
You want to say, John, what's up? Because I have ADHD. You know what, Urza? That's fair. You're right. You're right for that. I guess. I'm sorry. You're correct. You're morally correct for this. You want to say Jesse's inherently good?
Is this the stage
Just
you would
ADD.
like to go to?
Sure.
My understanding is that Jesse's just kind of a dumbass.
Jesse says a few slurs during the show. Other than that,
I mean, yeah.
he
lives in the
guy.
South. What do you expect?
I'd say
he's a white man in the South.
And it was like a 2009, or I think that show aired in 2007, 2008.
Again, I contend he is a white man who lives in the South.
Yeah. This isn't even dumb, just being manipulated and abused. Yeah, he's actually like, I mean, he's a fucking, he makes, that's a spoiler. I can't talk about it.
He
does some shit later. What?
The LGBTQ plus community has forgiven Jesse Pinkman.
That's what I hear. And I'm part of that community, and I wasn't asked, but I don't necessarily disagree. Remember asking if there was a difference when I got diagnosis, and they said yes.
I think at one point in time there was
okay.
a difference between ADD and ADHD, but like now it's like there's like no, it's the same thing.
Is it?
I think so. I think that's how it works.
I was diagnosed with neither, so, but I don't believe it. I'm pretty sure I have ADHD.
I never got diagnosed because I had parents that refused to think there was anything wrong with me.
Yeah,
so
mine
they
too.
wouldn't let me get tested.
Mine didn't until I was like, I came upstairs one day, and they knew that like I was fucked up because I like looked up a bunch of shit and watched videos on it the night before and was like sobbing in my bed, and then I like came upstairs and was like, I'm still in your insurance, all right? And mom was like, oh, we can like get you we can get you screened and stuff. I was like, yeah, we should do that. I can't take it anymore. And she was like, oh, I always knew there was something wrong. I was like, don't talk to me about it anymore. I was like, shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, basically it's like as science progresses where it's like right, because like there used to be like Asperger's syndrome isn't a thing anymore really. It's just autism. But it was like there's a lot of stuff where it was named differently, either because of like stigma of the original condition or just, you know, science advancing and us realizing, hey, shit's not that complicated. Right,
sure.
where, yeah.
Okay.
Right, because like my
that.
brother was originally diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, but then like now it's just like, no, he just has autism.
Interesting. My like younger cousin was like, didn't have great parents, and they were like, he's so fucking hyper and like nutty and shit all the time, and I'm like, yeah, he's like 5, but go off, I guess. And so they took him to the doctor to get shit for it because they had the money for it at the time, and like The kid was on like fucking like Ritalin for like years. He was basically just like on speed, and they're like, it didn't help
this the
everything.
stage
I'm
you'd
like,
like to go
wow. No shit.
Who's
You're
calling?
functioning
Probably a
like-
robocall. Yeah, it was honest. Like it all started as like being ways to like excuse giving people benefits, basically.
I believe that. That sucks. Damn. Can I do that? No. Fuck. I do have Tales of Mystic Melody though, so I can maybe do something. Donkey Island and Pinocchio diagnosis.
We're gonna need more context for that.
If you go to the island to smoke a beer, they tell you got Donkey and Pinocchio diagnosis. You know what fucking ruled? Del Toro Pinocchio. Slappy fucking movie.
You know what I'm excited for?
What?
Lies of P, which is a Pinocchio story, but told as a Bloodborne game.
I still don't have booster. I just tried an impossible jump.
No, I sent
Yeah,
you,
that'd be cool.
no, I sent you Jet Engine, not Booster.
You sent me
Is
a
this the stage
bazooka
you would like
for
to go
Tails.
to?
Yeah.
Booster and
I
Jet
sent
Engine
you-
do the same thing, but they're different characters.
For different characters.
Oh, wait, Mystic Melody. I can do Green Forest. I'm not excited for Lives of P and it's Lives of Hitbox. I'm having trouble.
I am very excited for Lies of P. Get to play as an androgynous Pinocchio.
I mean, that alone. that alone sounds pretty cool.
The boss was a little bullshit, but yeah.
Squiggly, that's true. Wasn't possible and I gave up, damn. I probably would not like that, then. I don't know, maybe. There's some shit that, like, I get weirdly good at, like, but, like this. I guess. But beyond that, like, I don't know. I mean, I usually assume if a bunch of people that, like, you know, play video games and, like, you know, like Souls games and shit, you know, like, frequently can't fucking handle it, then I just instantly assume that I can't. But, like, it's not always the case. I feel like a lot of fucking people that are, like, super into Elden Ring or some shit, for example, would probably, like, play 15 minutes of Billy Hatcher and be like, I give the fuck up. This is shit. This is actually just a bad game, and would leave.
I wonder what
That's
the creator
my
of Billy
Dark
Hatcher's
Souls.
doing these days.
What?
I wonder what the creator of Billy Hatcher's doing.
Probably making a sequel. I
Yeah,
already made a
probably.
really good game that everyone loved for the PS4 and PS5, and I think that went really well. I think a lot of people liked it, critics especially. And I
Yeah.
think Billy Hatcher 2 is like next on the horizon. Every time there's a Nintendo Direct or a State of Play, I'm like, you know, I think Billy Hatcher's coming up on the horizon to say good morning.
Yeah, if you'd like to know more, look up Yuji Naka embezzlement.
So what happened to the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy? What? Game journalist played the original. Oh yeah, that was fucking dumb. Cause like I'm a huge Crash Bandicoot fan, or at least if they like original, like Crash 2 and Crash 3 are my favorite games of all time. So it was really
Wait.
funny to see a bunch of people play it like remade. And they were all like, "Oh my god, it's so fucking hard." I'm like, "Bitch, no, it's not."
Do you mean the Dark Souls of platformers?
The Dark Souls and platformers, yes. So you could say that I'm a better gamer than most Dark Souls fans, actually, because I completed Crash 2 several times. Just saying.
Probably true.
It's
I was never really a big fan of Crash myself.
Oh, this is a Lost Chow. I just ran through this stage for nothing. I'm really good at video games. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. I'm really good at video games. Who's Shu
Sure.
Nakamura?
Who is
I don't know who that is.
Is he the person who made Crash Bandicoot?
No, Andy Gavin and Jason Rubin made Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, okay.
The
Oh, the
creator,
other
Billy Hatcher?
creator.
I didn't even know that.
No, it's just Yuji Naka. He did everything.
He did everything.
He did the coding. He did the journalism. I don't know why I said journalism.
He made all the reviews for it.
Yeah.
He's like, you all are tired. Take a day off. I got this. I'm gonna write this.
Got you, fam.
Sad.
The satellite.
Satellite. It's a little song.
How many satellites are there?
Bed.
How many satellites are there?
At least 54. Joe Biden voice, at least 54.
That's a lot of satellites.
Good morning, afternoon, or whatever time it is here. We're at EST over here. So it is afternoon. Did I skip the fucking thing again? Oh, no. This is the right place. It's the Aiden who is wrong.
Can't believe this whole time. It was Aiden who was wrong. I really need some fucking health upgrades. That would be really nice.
Let's see if this chow's got in there. Are those things that are like checks I can pick up?
Oh look, I just picked up a life upgrade.
Oh, okay. See that voice plan though I've put in is really kicking in. It's working.
There's 5 more treasure scope. Does that help?
It does something in one stage that I do have unlocked. But I think I need other shit to use it. It will help.
Hey, I can go,
maybe.
Go donate money to the church now and get a check. There's two thresholds for donating to the church. There's one at 5,000 and one at 50,000.
Do they have a Tiltify?
No, you just have to go directly.
Good song. This is the King Boom Boom boss theme. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's great.
Go to journalism for that.
I'm at journalism. Oh, I can't beat this boss.
Why are you buying clothes at journalism?
I'm at journalism. Tiltify yourself into a kneel in their journey.
Yeah, true. I'm kneeling right now as I scroll from 0 to 45,000 because I already did the 5,000 donation.
You raise me up.
About 45,000 times.
Wait, that's wandering. Okay.
Alright, I am now poor because I gave all of my money to the church.
Damn, that's a rare occurrence. That never happens to anybody, I don't think.
Yeah,
Church
no.
stealing money from people. Anyway, we're doing a charity stream today for Trans Lifeline. Related.
I spent $45,000 for a bone. We both have pinned Khadgar, but the name orders are swapped.
We're like friends and we love each other.
Yeah. Kind of gay, but in like a platonic way.
That's true.
Gay tonic. That sounds like the name of like a...
Those people made ukulele.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I got 18,000 tears back for giving that bone back.
I saw a thing in the Archipelago Discord that somebody's working on ukulele, and I'm like, why?
Why not?
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, I can just not play it, but like, I'm also like, it's very shocking to me that anybody's passionate enough to not only develop it, but also think that anyone else besides themselves is passionate enough to play it. But somebody's probably helping with it. So
I mean, I've always said, regardless of how bad a game you think something is, it is someone's favorite game.
Except Billy Hatcher, which is perfect. And if you don't like it, it's a sin.
I think Billy Hatcher might be, or I think you might be the someone for Billy Hatcher.
I'm definitely the someone for Billy Hatcher.
All right.
Yeah, I don't like ukulele. Did we forget about Zillion? No.
We have not forgotten about Zillion. Also, I can't remember who it was attributed to, but Waffle DM'd me a few days ago, and when we do the all Zillion blind multi-world, it's going to be the Zillionaires Club.
I remember them talking about that somewhere. Anyway, let's call up Ash.
Ash Ketchum?
Yeah. Thinking
That was
yesterday at work.
Chubblekin's idea. That's what it was.
Oh, Zillionaires? Cool. Every Zelda game is someone's favorite, and started thinking, you know, it's probably mathematically impossible for every game in existence to be someone's favorite. I want to say I'd agree with you, except I'm a Pokemon fan, and people like Binacle. So, like, I'm not saying you should feel bad about it. I'm just saying you're like probably incorrect. Like, someone out there unironically loves Bubsy 3D.
Yeah, it's me.
Big rigs. Plenty of people love Sonic 06.
Yeah. I like on it, like, not Bubsy 3D, but like I spent a lot of my childhood playing the first Bubsy game, and like I thought it was fine. Most people thought Bubsy was fine until the internet told them that it wasn't fine. Which happens with a lot of games, especially in the NES and SNES era.
Yeah, for sure. Because that what I was gonna say was too long to explain. Fuck it. Never mind. Yep, you're right, Duckie. Yep. Yes. What I was gonna say was, I don't remember now.
Like, I love Angry Video Game Nerd, but he has done irreparable damage to Castlevania 2.
Oof. Friendly Khadgar is eating my chat. Is that healthy? Can you tell me is it healthy, ma'am? Those are Seal lyrics. I wasn't calling Virtue Babe for the record. I want everyone to know that. That's weird.
I mean, there's definitely some... There's some, like, asset flip games where people are like, this game is amazing.
Some what?
Asset flip games.
Oh.
Yeah. I will say, like, it is, like, statistically speaking, like, the phrase everyone, like, every game is someone's favorite is probably not true, but it's still one of those things where it's like, you know.
I think no matter how bad you think it is, someone likes it somewhere for sure. Because like, there's just, well, plus like the thing video games versus Pokemon is that there are more video games than there are Pokemon. So like, the Pokemon one makes more statistical sense versus like the game. It's like, sure, this is probably everyone's absolute favorite, but also people's opinions on like favorite, you know, wane and wax depending on their experiences. So, I would say, yeah, I would say that's pretty much true, or at least the notion behind it. I would say. If we instill some kind of quality control, yeah, but then you have to put then you literally have to put up a gate and keep it.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
And a reminder to everyone in chat that we can hint for items. Not that I'm begging. Winks at this fucking.
Sorry,
Yo!
hold on. I'm getting a raid. Thank you, Otolahan. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. But thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I am Duckie 2010. We are doing some We Dissent stuff. Can I get a shout out? We Dissent hype. I'm here with Randomrings, who is also doing We Dissent stuff. We're playing the games together.
All
Say hi.
of us together. Don't have booster. Can't do that one.
Like Pokemon Emerald. Hell yeah. Is it with just like regular Pokemon, randomizer Pokemon, Nuzlocke Pokemon, some combination of the above? Kaizo Pokemon.
Ooh. What does that even entail for Emerald?
Nuzlocke Kaizo. There you go.
Shit's awful. I mean, I'd imagine. You had me a Kaizo for that one.
Aiden does play Pokemon Emerald quite a bit as well. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, Gen
Hold
3
on.
is my favorite.
I like Gen 7. I like
That was
Alola.
good. 7's underrated. But Rotom Dex sucks cock. Anyway, anyway, everybody, this is Superman 64. Gen 3 slaps.
Reading a 23-page document to learn Switch AI.
Yummy.
I'll be honest, I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds awful.
Yeah. Yeah, Lola's real good.
Yeah.
The region's good, the Pokemon's good, the story's like one of the best ones in the series, not that that matters.
Except apparently they removed one of the best fucking scenes from the Ultra Sun and Moon.
I still disagree with that, now that I've seen both, but I'm also like, why the fuck did they change that? Ultra Suns is okay. Ultra Suns is good. They just added more fluff, which didn't really need to be there, and they changed a lot of shit that shouldn't have been changed. Like, spoilers real quick if anyone gives a shit, because it's a Pokemon game. But the last fight, like the rival fight, if you will, in the Elite Four for Gen 7 is Professor Kukui, because Professor Kukui fucking slaps and is a really well-designed and written character for Pokemon.
Yeah.
In the second one, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, he comes up the stairs like he's going to fight you, and is like, all right, you have one final challenge left. And he literally steps out of camera view, and then Hao comes up the stairs. And you fight Hao instead. And he's a little bitch, and he sucks, and you can down him in like fucking 6 turns.
Yeah. The fight against Kukui was actually like hard.
Yeah, see, I played Ultra Sun, so I'm pissed.
In relation to Pokemon, it was hard, but like still. Also, Ultra Sun and Moon removed the entire subplot of Lusamine fusing with Dialego, however you pronounce it, Nihilego.
Nihilego.
Which is like, yeah, which was like the best. Lily, thank you very much for the raid. Hey. I'm ranting about Pokemon Sun and Moon. How
which
are
has
you?
A character named Lily in it.
Yeah. But yeah, like that whole, like the end of the subplot of Lusamine being so far gone that she fuses with a fucking like eldritch being is like, that was so much more interesting than her just being like,
sure. I'd say they're both kind of fucking goofy anime shit, but like it's weird to me because like Nihilego is the first super beast you still see in the fucking story in Ultra, and it's still implied that she's going to do some fucked up shit with them. So they could have just had both.
Yeah, like, time to lurk and have lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Do all your post stream self-care stuff, because you know the most important people in this are the people streaming. Gotta take care of yourself so that we can keep raising money.
Which we are at, what total? Probably we might have hit 15K by now. I haven't looked in a little bit.
Oh, I think it was past 15K before we started. And Lily was playing Final Fantasy V. Were you playing regular Final Fantasy V or Career Day? Yeah, hit 15K.
Motivation entirely screws up Gladion and Lily's backstory and motivations and her moves. I mean, her motivation is still there to my memory.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
But and the abuse is still at least like implied, but it's definitely not like, I don't know. I don't think her turning into a giant squid monster makes it that much different. But it is like arguably better.
So a thing that a lot of people didn't notice is if you look at Lily's like design before she starts dressing herself, she was like, her mom made her look like Nihilego.
Didn't she? Yeah, but that's an Ultra too, right?
Yeah, but like having her fuse with the Nihilego like adds more to that. I think so.
I mean, it's definitely a connection. I don't think it adds more to it, but it is. It is. I would say. I guess it's more. It definitely feels more purposeful than just you defeat her in one battle, and then she's like, "Oh, the children. It's the children who are right," which is what they did in Ultra. As opposed to I'm unhinged and my trauma manifests and hurts the people around me. I mean, I don't know. The outfit swap was powerful. I almost cried. That's an Ultra too. I was too busy thinking about. I was too busy bitching about Random Decks the whole time. They're like, now I can finally be my own woman. I'm like, fucking Random Decks is gonna bitch at me the second this fucking cutscene ends. I'm gonna stab my fucking touchscreen.
Don't do that. You need that for other games.
With the fucking Pokemon Diamond
Like Avalon
Dialga
code.
stylus. I'm gonna stab it.
Oh fuck. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Hold on.
More purposeful and more of an actual theme for Lucamine. Yeah, but like, what's the... like, I know what you're all saying, and you're right. I'm talking semantics.
Anyways, Pokemon Gen 7 is really good.
Gen 7 Slash, get ready for a giant thing on the touchscreen to constantly fucking annoy the shit out of you. But everything else about it is good. Except the unskippable cutscenes. But that only really matters if you already played through it once.
True.
I would argue that Lucamine... Also, like, Lily's dad off running Pokepelago. We never talk about this. In non-Ultra? Wait, what? Wait, huh?
Yeah, the dude who runs the island or whatever is heavily implied, if not... I don't know if they outright state that he's the father, but it's implied that he's the father.
Why does he never go like, oh, are you traveling with Lily? That's really cool. Wait, are you talking about the fucking Pokepelago or the fucking facility?
Pokepelago.
Pokepelago. Well, what the fuck? Wait, what? I've played like a bajillion hours of that game. It like never says that. That's weird.
No, they don't.
Say that?
They don't state it in game. It's just implied.
Archipelago.
How?
I don't know. I'm fucking dying to this boss because it's bullshit.
Archipelago.
Pokepelago.
Pokepelago. She's unhinged because they ran away, and then they grow up and mature and meet her on their own terms again. It's amazing. I kind of wish they beat the shit out of her. But I know why that can't happen.
In the original version of the game.
What?
So you get to in Sun and Moon.
You do the Ultra.
No, but like you literally get to beat the shit out of her because like she fights as a Pokemon.
True. That's true. You know what? No, Sun and Moon's objectively better because you can beat the shit out of the mom. And the fights, and the end fight's better. The Kukui fight, that people who bought Ultra thinking like, oh, I'm gonna wait for them to do like the Emerald equivalent of Sun and Moon, and then like bought that version after the fact, like, were robbed. How popping up and going like, tee hee, it's me, like is fucking disgusting.
I also really like in Sun and Moon where if you do the Elite Four again, you get other people challenging you. And one of the people that can challenge you in the final fight is the first youngster you fight.
I think that's an Ultra.
I think that part is still an Ultra, yeah. But like
they changed
it was such. I know you can get what's her face, the Team Skull girl in Ultra Sun and Moon, which wasn't in the original version.
I think she's also. Yeah, she's in Ultra. You can find. I mean, in the Elite Four. I think like the second time you go through. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's two members of the Elite Four, I think, too, that are also different. Getting a Sun and Moon was Lily taking her mom off to Kanto to see Bill, I think. I don't think they do that in Ultra. So I don't know if you made it up or not, but Ultra doesn't. Oh god. Ultra doesn't do that.
Oh god. Sorry,
I'm
being accosted by giant laser beams at the moment.
I didn't know you're playing Time Spinner. Yeah, fucking, Guzma rules. I love Minako Adachi, who worked on that soundtrack. She's like one of my favorite composers. She did like most of the, like reorganizing, I think, arranging work on Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire and wrote some original tracks for that, including like the Wally's theme. And also, she worked on a lot of Ultra Sun and Ultramoon. She's real good. She also did Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. If the Bill thing was real, I remember being like, you know, I would accept the Kanto remake if it's also a sequel to Sun and Moon. I mean, there's connection. I mean, it's not connected directly because it's an alternate timeline. Oh, I don't have Shadow's Mystic Melody. I don't know if I can do this actually. Fuck.
You have another emblem though.
Thanks. I need Shovel Claws. I can't do anything with the emblems now. Because the boss requires me to have Shovel Claws. Oh, I wonder if I can cheese this. I think I might be the only boss that like needs an upgrade. No, I can't do this. I've been wasting time for like the past like 6 minutes on that stage. Fuck. I might be Kate already, am I? Oh, no, there's Mystic Melody. Oh, that opens up something. Oh, I still don't have Shovel Claws actually, so no, it doesn't. Let me see. I might have another one. That's good. I'm in discussion of societal pressures that conform, and those who fall between the cracks is written off as failures unworthy of love through the lens of evil. Team of the game is so cool. Yeah, Team Skull might be like legit, like the best fucking like the best like enemy team.
Yeah, they have the best enemy team, and then immediately follow up with the worst enemy team.
Team Yell.
Yeah, who are they're just Twitch, like stands.
Is that true? That sucks.
Yeah,
that's Garbo. That's icky.
Like they're literally just super fans of Marnie, and like Marnie doesn't even want anything to do with them, and she's just like fucking they're there, whatever.
I like Marnie's design.
Marnie's cool.
I haven't played Shield, but Kay has a physical copy, so I might stream it one day. But it's gonna be a long time from now. I have a lot of stuff planned for the rest of the year. Team Yell literally fangirls over teenager. Yeah, that seems like an idea that might be cool for another turn-based RPG and maybe even like a Monster Collection RPG, but not Pokemon. Can I do Lost Colony? Have I been sleeping on Lost Colony? I wanted like Marnie's a character compared to everyone else in that game. I still do, but that's game's plot does not do anything. Awesome. Hate that. I might play one day just because some of my friends like it. But when I said, like Waffle specifically too, was like, oh, I don't know if you're gonna like it because like you're not gonna have like the raids and like the multiplayer like capabilities and shit.
Yeah, I guess all that stuff's like not a thing anymore, huh?
I don't know. By the time I get around to playing it, Kay and I will be probably sharing NSO. Mine, we have it separately right now. Mine expires in like 10 days or something.
Damn.
Yeah, you've never bothered with it, but you also don't like that game. That's why I'm scared. But I'm also just going to hate it. I mean, I can always just start it and then quit. Have some fervor. Have some fervor, Queen.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Means I can cast spells more.
By the way, chat, we're running a charity stream for We Dissent. If you type in ! Whatever the fuck we set up for either of our chats, you can do stuff to us. What?
Phrasing.
Yeah, I phrased that sentence. That was really good.
Yeah. We Dissent. It's true. We Dissent, but also we descent into madness.
That's...
Ow.
Hi, Jeff. Yeah, ! Whatever the fuck doesn't work. I lied. That was a lie. That was a fib I told you.
In mine, as Pidge is pulled up in mine, it's ! Donate to my stuff.
Mine's ! We Dissent.
Yeah, I have exclamation point we Dissent for for just the general charity stuff, like the charity team, and exclamation point charity if you want to know more about Trans Lifeline.
If you want to give us hints for the multi-world, mine is incentives. Close enough. Rewards? I don't remember. Fuck it. Go there and find my shit. I don't know. I swear I set it up, but maybe I fucking didn't. That at least takes you to the Tiltify page, and then you can find me somewhere in the fucking sea of streamers that we have doing this, and then you can give me a hint. Because I really would really love my my shovel claws right now. I would love them a whole lot.
Yeah,
by the way, Duckie,
they're not in somewhere stinky. What?
The only Knuckles stage I have is the one I started with, so the Mystic Melody currently does nothing for me until I get shovel claws.
Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Squiggly. Enjoy your dinner.
Enjoy your dinner.
They're in Britain.
Enjoy supper. And your cuppa. That's what they say there.
I don't think this is like a thing anymore, but I think it's less of a thing now, but like for like older generations, they would say dinner for lunch and supper for dinner. And I had an uncle who used to say it like that, and it really confused me. I'm like, why are you saying the same thing? Hi, Omni! Yeah, we're multi-worlding. There's worlds, and there's multis of them.
There's like at least two. Joe Biden
At least
always
two.
at least two.
There's exactly two.
That's true. I wish Laser Blaster did anything good for me.
Your pawpaw calls lunch dinner. Your peepo pog.
I might go take a bathroom break since there's not a whole lot I can do anyway.
All right, you do that.
If anyone wants to if anyone wants to donate for me to get a multi-world hint, so I can get my shit, so I can kind of sort of unlock myself, that'd be, not that I'm begging, but it's for a good cause, and it also is for the lesser cause.
It's also for a good cause.
Yeah, I'm begging for a good cause, and it's also for the lesser cause of my sanity. So it's up to you. I'm gonna go figure out how to do anything.
Go piss, girl.
I'm trying. I forget where all my shit is in OBS because if I put too much of it in a folder, it all fucks up. There I am. All right.
How are you doing today, Omni? Welcome. Happy Sunday. Happy weekend. Happy We Dissent Day 3. Let's go shopping. On Latte Point? I don't think so yet, but they're getting close. They would like a hint, which we have decided. I just bought. I don't even. I got the Eggman Mystic Melody. Sick. Oh, sick. The seed's going really well for me, which has me scared a little bit. You're good? That's good. I'm also doing pretty good. I need to find... I need to go improve my healing capacity. Oh, excuse me. the fast? Oh, hold on. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm braining right now. My brain is expanding. I hope everyone's having a wonderful afternoon. I don't usually stream this early. It's a little disorienting, I'm not gonna lie. I'm usually like still sleeping right now. Wait, hold on, I can get a thing this way. Ugh.
You can get a thingy this way.
Yeah.
Whoa. Raspberry Space Jam. Oh my god. Thank you for the fucking donation.
You got a dono? You got a hit point?
That was more than hint point. Let me see what they redeemed.
Thank you much, Barry, for the donation. Yeah,
thank you much, Barry.
Those are worth. Thank you much, Barry.
We are over 15,000. We're 15,602.
Nice.
Incentive.
That's at least $12.
Donations. Oh, that is a multi-world hint.
Hell yeah.
Wait, for 50? Does that all go to the multi-world hints? I guess so.
We never really thought about that, did we?
We didn't really think about that, no. No problem.
Thanks for playing the charity.
I mean, it counts for at least one, so I can hint for Shovel Claws. Raspberry Space Jam is one of the developers of the Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh, yeah.
AP.
I'm going to be learning that eventually.
Yeah, I want to teach Duckie how it all works.
Yeah. Something to note about this plan. I've never played Sonic Adventure 2. But I'm going to learn the AP. K donated. Yay.
K donated when I was gone. So I have at least 2 hints. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, sweetie.
Got two of them hints.
And I fucking need them, god damn it. Also, for everybody to know, if you go in the text client for Archipelago, you can look for hints. If you type in hint Sagandis, it thinks you mean sunglasses.
Oh, I've never done those hints for Blasphemous, have I? Hold on.
Hint for Sagandis.
It's Sagandi. Did you mean bones?
That one's really good.
Also, hint these nuts. Dove skull and hint ligma. Lorkiana.
What's my ligma? My shovel claws are in Lord of the Northwest, Oil of the Pilgrims. My ligma is Pong Trap, because of course it is. I have another hint, but I'm gonna save it for like reserve. So I've got.
Yeah. Let me get my tracker up so I know where that is.
Something clicked and clacked and fell. I don't know what it is. I hope it wasn't anything important.
It was my sanity.
Gave me one, and I used that on Shovel Claw. So that one's.
Oh, yeah. It's the princess for what was it? D's nuts was the princess.
Yes. Nothing is going to beat the princess. Nothing is going to beat the princess. So I still have Raspberry Space Jam's donation. So I still have that hint in reserve. So I have one more hint if I need it. But I'm gonna go do Shovel Claw shit first. Well, no, I don't have the Shovel Claw. I just know where it is. So I'm gonna see what else we need.
All right, where was it? LOTNW.
The Oil of the Pilgrims. I think is what I read.
That's gonna be a while. That's Library of the Negated Words, which is in the second half of the game.
Oh, okay. Am I really BK'd? There's no way. I mean, yeah, I don't have the large cannon, so...
I did send you a few things while you were gone.
Okay.
I think I sent you, like, laser cannon or something for Eggman.
Laser blaster. Laser blaster just increases the range of... It increases how the like laser sight thing works. It doesn't unlock anything at all. Like ever.
Yeah, I sent you Bofa.
Thanks. Thanks, Queen. Large cannon is the bazooka equivalent for Eggman.
Okay.
Which is something that's now important for you to know because you'll be learning this game soon.
Yeah. Yeah, some backstory is I've been very adamant about my thoughts that with a good enough tracker and someone to teach you, you can learn any game randomized even if you've never played the game before. So I'm putting my money where my mouth is and learning Sonic Adventure 2 with having never played the game before.
All right, now Chatterino up. I think I might be stuck because I can't do the Wild Canyon upgrade, and I don't think I can do the Lost Chow without Shovel Claw. I can't do this boss. Let's see if I can do a different boss. No, you can't pick the other bosses. I didn't think you could.
Yeah.
King.
You do have a second hint if you can think of something else.
Yeah.
That might not be in the second half of my game.
These are points made.
Bold move, Cotton. Exactly.
Let me see.
Do I have any more?
I mean, Bazooka. I think Bazooka would or Booster. Sorry, let's just hint for Booster. Let's use Raspberry Space Jam's hint for Booster.
Use the booster. I should probably be ready to look at what it is.
What's Ligma? Hint. Tails, Booster. Please don't be somewhere fucking stupid. Final Rush 2 at Gate 4.
Oh boy.
So I have to get the Shovel Claw to get to that. So all my Tails shit is locked up. Actually, no, wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. We can do it better. Put that shit on the mic. Now that shit is much wetter. We can do... I know a skip for Mission Street. So I'm gonna pull some bullshit. I haven't done this in a while. I can do... This is one of the only pause buffering things I know how to do in any game, and I'm gonna see if I can do it.
Hell yes. I am here for this.
I've done it on stream twice? Once?
Aiden seems to have disappeared.
Have I? Oh yeah, I'm a fucking... yeah.
Did you forget to turn your thing back on when you came back?
Oh yeah. Oh, you better believe it. Fuck. Oh, I might have fucked myself. Let's go listen to some dope Chow music.
Hell yes.
While I fuck up repeatedly. This is the stage, for those who don't know and are watching my screen, and for Duckie to know since they're gonna be learning this game soon. So Mission Street is a Tails stage, and it is the stage in vanilla where you're supposed to get the booster. So there's a little thingy over there where you would normally get the booster, but this is randomized, so the booster is just a check, and we already got that upgrade check. And then there's a big fucking crumbling ledge where you're supposed to use the booster to get over it. It's very easy if you have the booster. However, you can get up to a point without it. And then there's one point where they hard like fucking design the stage to where you can't. However, I'm epic, and you can do like pause buffering bullshit, and actually I might be able to do that to figure this shit out. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can't do this. Maybe I'm incorrect.
Can't believe you've lied to me.
Yeah, I don't think I can cross that gap.
Oh god.
Thank you all for the hints. They'll come in handy like very soon, but like for right now, this is just kind of where I'm at. Hey, at least I didn't get BK'd at the very beginning of the game. That's what I thought would happen.
Yeah, true.
That open loadout was fucking garbage. Oh, yes. Okay.
Do it.
I did a thing. It's not the skip I was talking about, but it is a very good thing I did. If I can get to a checkpoint, that'd be fucking glorious.
Oh god.
If you're lucky and you run fast enough, you can pull some Uncharted bullshit and run across the crumbling thing up top first, which is designed for if you die after you get the booster or come back to the stage later.
Apparently Pidge read emblem as Eminem.
Yeah, that's what I got. I got 19 Eminems. He always does that shit.
True.
He gets angry and he gets all grumbly.
He just missed his bedtime.
I miss my tattoo and I need a fucking nap so bad. I want some more milk in my teddy bear stat. I don't think I can do this.
You can do it. I believe in you.
I don't.
Believe in
I've
the
done it
me who
before.
believes in you. That's from Gurren Lagann. It's a really good anime. You should watch it.
Mechs.
Yeah.
Actually, can I just jump around this? I've done this before. I've done this before, but I've done it with the booster.
Jump around. Jump around. Jump up, and get down.
Try my hardest.
Jump harder.
Get down, fucker. This is for charity, you bitch.
Yeah. Those weren't suggestions. Jump.
Jump like your life depends on it. This is for trans Lifeline, not fucking McDonald's.
Oh my god.
Let's see if I can do this. No, I didn't. I fucked it up. I think I can do that though. Yeah, the problem right now is that Eminems are very crucial for me beating the seed, but the things they unlock are boss gates, and so you still have to beat the boss to unlock more stages, and Knuckles has one of the only bosses you need a fucking upgrade item to beat. So that's why I need Shovel Claws so fucking bad. Or sorry, not Knuckles, Honey.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sorry.
So good news, I have the relic in my game that makes so I don't die if I fall into bottomless pits.
Ew.
Which is good, because I fall into bottomless pits a lot.
Oh god, I want to make it.
Do it?
Again, I did something very good that advanced me to the pause buffer thing, but I'm not at the pause buffer thing yet. Actually, I think that might just be your last chow. I think now that I got that far, I might be fine. You know what I just realized?
What?
This isn't the first mission. This is mission 2. So actually, I'm fucked either way. I can't do this.
Oh god. Oh, okay.
I mean, I technically maybe could,
Is
but
this the stage you would like
Yeah.
to go to?
because second mission is 100 rings. Just FYI.
In hand?
In hand. Information in your hand.
Can you get the 100 rings?
No. Because there's like, that 100 ring mission in vanilla is one of the hardest fucking things in the game. There's like 110 total fucking rings in that whole stage. It's shit.
Wasn't there like ring checks, or did you take them out?
No? Ring
I
checks?
thought there was, yeah, like I thought like you could, like some of the archipelago checks could be people sending you rings.
Oh, I don't think I took them out. Maybe I did. I don't think I did though. Can I do an Eternal Engine one? Is that the booster? I don't remember where that one fucking is. I highly doubt it. I might be able to cheese Radical Highway.
I like cheese.
Cheese is a Sonic character.
True. He's a chow.
It's true. And he's fucking murderer. He's real good. I'm gonna see if I can cheese this one. I've never done it before though. I might be able to just spit and dash my way to victory.
Large cannon for
Or-
Eggman.
Is this the stage you would like to
Hear
go
me
to?
out.
I can now do all of Eggman's shit. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, logically that was BK. It just wasn't technically BK for me. I could have probably done that. Actually, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I could have done that skip there.
You were trying, though.
If I didn't do mission randomizer, that would have unBK'd me. But I'm doing mission randomizer. There's no way I'm doing 100 rings while trying to do a fucking jump skip.
Oh, that I do.
I guess so. But yeah, there should be 3. I should be able to get 3 checks. No, 2 checks here, and then another third one in a bit. With just within the stage. And then I have a bunch of other Eggman stages I can do. None of them can advance me, but maybe they can help you.
Yeah.
And I still have, how many Go mode items do I have? Let me check my tracker real quick. I have Bounce Bracelet, which I technically know how to do it without, but whatever. I need Tails' booster. I need Hammer Gloves still.
Wind physics are bullshit in every video game that has them. I would just like to state for the record.
What physics?
Wind physics.
I guess so.
There's wind physics in the area that I currently am in Blasphemous, and it's bullshit.
Icky.
Yeah, I hate it. This is my least favorite area in the game.
All right, I need Hammer Gloves. I need Hammer Gloves and Booster. So Booster was a Go mode item, and I did hint for it, so that's, like, good.
You did or you didn't?
I did.
All right, yeah, it's in your game.
Normally I wouldn't hint for Shovel Claw, but, like, unless someone else really, really needs it, but, like, I can't, like, advance without it. And this isn't an Emerald Hunt. If it were Emerald Hunt, I wouldn't care as much, but it's not, so. Do you know whether or not, when you learn it, do you want to do Emerald Hunt or Cannon Score first?
Probably Cannon Score.
Okay. On paper, Emerald Hunt is easier. Like, don't let the fact that I constantly get fucked over by Emerald Hunt discourage you.
Yeah, but I want to fight the Anal Lizard.
You can do both. You can do an Emerald Hunt seed with the Anal Lizard at the end.
I'm also just not generally a fan of, like, busy work. And anything where it's like you have to get like a certain amount of like whatever just feels like busy work to me.
I mean, you literally have to do that with the emblems in Cannon Square.
Yeah, but it's different.
Okay.
I don't know how it's different, but it's different.
Sure. Because Cannon Score. Okay, so if you do a Cannon Score seed. Is it called Cannon Sword? No, it's called Bilizard Seed now. They changed the name of it. If you do a Bilizard Seed, you do need Go mode items. But you don't need to find 7 other bullshit fucking things, because the Chaos Emeralds aren't a thing in Sonic Adventure 2 Vanilla. They're just a plot device. They're not actual items you collect. So, like, you do need to set amount of things, but you already know what they are. So when you get hint points, like, you know what you want to hint for already, which is nice.
Yeah.
With Emerald Hunt, they can be anywhere, and like you've seen me do shit with like fucking Pokey and Dorothy and Ash and everybody, where like I had to do shit for like 8 hours.
Yeah.
And play the whole game anyway. If you do Cannon Score, yeah, you have to get up to that point, but then you're done. If you have all the items you need to get past the stage. And the more you play it and get used to the physics of it, like I said, like there's 2 items that are technically Go mode items in logic, but you don't need them to beat that stage. I'm still not sure that you'll like it though, because it's this game.
Yeah, well, I'm committed to beating at least 1 seed.
Yeah. I enjoyed my first seed thoroughly, but that's because I was with my good friend Satellite, and I'm already very, very used to this game because it's one of my favorite Sonic games.
Yeah.
But it's a terrible fucking Garbo game for babies, and I'm not sure that you'll like it at AP since you aren't used to it.
We'll find out.
We're gonna find out.
Don't know when, but it will happen at some point.
Yeah, we got quite the itinerary for shit we're doing outside of the charity.
Yeah. We, in theory, stream together every Wednesday.
Even though we haven't in like a month and a half.
Yeah, but that was like health things and also like this. We were preparing for this, so it was like a bit of a special circumstance.
Last month, I think we both just like mutually agreed, like basically without even saying it. We both just like put up our schedules and we're like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Or this week, sorry, not last week. Well, it's Sunday now. But anyway, chat. The passage of time.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's fucking nuts. Oh no, I think I put this one out. Maybe I didn't. I always forget where the lost child is.
Does flame ring help?
Not yet.
But it will.
Flame ring unlocks. Hey, you want to get nuts?
How many are there? If you quantify the amount of nuts in like a descriptor, what would it be?
The princess.
Princess and the Nut? That sounds like a porn parody of the Princess and the Pea.
What is in my mattress? Mario! Hey, what's up, babe?
Get some of these nuts for you. I hate this already.
This is bad. Why was there a giant slamming noise in my apartment? Okay. It's probably just
Mia
the
knocked
fridge.
something over. Mia's
There's
not been
still
getting
noises
enough
in the
attention.
kitchen, so what?
The Mia hasn't been getting enough attention today, so she got
Just
very cross.
Dismantled the
Started
dishwasher
slamming
and tossed it across the kitchen. I would give her attention if she wasn't a little fucking. She hates me. Last night, I went to bed way too fucking late. I lost track of time, and I went to bed like after 3 in the morning, and like she was at the foot of the bed, so I could have easily went to bed and been like fine. So I went in with my iPad light to like light the way so I didn't wake Kay up, and I was just like I changed clothes into like the shorts I sleep in, and like was just being very normal. I wasn't trying to touch Mia or anything. And I start like, I'm like almost done getting ready, and I'm about to go to the bathroom real quick before bed, and Mia's just like, and I'm like, what the what? And then she jumped out of the bed and was like, I was like, fuck you.
She was like, how very dare you?
Every once in a while she gets pissed that I still exist, but then like if we're both on the couch together or like in the morning, like she'll fucking come up to me and be like, I want you to scratch me so bad.
She's just old. Getting
She's a
used
fucking-
to your existence.
She's a fucking dork. I love
Yeah.
her though. She's a little baby.
She's a dork, affectionate.
She's a fuzzy little bitchy baby.
I wish I was allowed to have cats where I currently live.
Yeah, fuck animal legislation bullshit.
It's technically like illegal in Canada to enforce stuff like that, but like I also like I don't live in like an apartment building or anything. That I rent a room in some guy's house.
Right.
And they're not like a landlord. Like they don't have multiple properties that they're renting shit out. They're just like, I own a house and I rent my basement out to people.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Where's the baby at?
So they're a landlord, but they're not a landlord. You know?
Yeah. I found the baby.
Babies. I have many babies in my game.
When Will was a baby, I was afraid of babies.
Oh, fucking finally a
Stage
rosary.
you'd like to
bead.
go to?
Kay and I have been trading off like movies that like, you know, are like at least semi-important, like you know, movies we like a lot,
Yeah.
and think about a lot, and we've been like kind of trading off. And I'm like, every once in a while, I joke suggest like LOL fesh pence,
One of these days, she's gonna call your bluff.
And be like, we should watch Fresh Prince next. And I'll be like, all right.
Yeah. I made Pidge and Squiggly and Comedy watch Django Unchained with me. They all very much enjoyed it. It's a really good movie. They liked it.
That's good. Yeah, that's the only Tarantino movie that Kay has seen. So after we watch a Charlie Kaufman film and Spider-Verse, and then we're gonna watch something on Kay's end, and then I'll probably be like, hey, let's watch like Pulp Fiction or Reservoir Dogs. Or
Yeah.
Kill Bill.
Kill Bill's really good. Yeah, we were
Kill Bill.
when we were watching Django Unchained, we had an N-word counter.
Oh.
There was 114 of them.
It's not funny that that's the number. It's just that I saw the number in chat and was like 114. What is that? And you said what it was, and it was funny to me.
It's not. We're not saying like in a disparaging manner. Like it makes sense in the context of the movie, because it's about like America pre-Civil War, and like the plot is about slavery. So obviously there's going to be a lot of N-words.
Yeah. It's a controversial film. I like Django Unchained.
I think it's Tarantino's best movie.
Best one? Wow.
Yeah.
It's a period piece. It makes sense. Also, it was funny to count it.
Yeah.
My three favorites are Reservoir Dogs.
For context, Pidge is black.
That's also
so it made it even
truth.
funnier.
It was funny to count it. My favorites are Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, and Kill Bill. Those are my three favorite ones.
Mine are Django Unchained, Kill Bill, and Inglourious Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards is my least favorite one.
Really?
I mean, it's still a good movie. I had a ranking like hard set, and I think I posted it on like fucking like I don't know like Letterboxd or something fucking stupid. I don't remember. I had an interesting like fulcrum movie that was like the one in the middle where I was like, oh, this makes the most sense because I still haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, so I still have 9 movies.
Oh yeah, I still haven't seen that one. You know what's a really good underrated Tarantino movie is Jackie Brown.
Yeah, I agree. Jackie Brown is actually really good. It's still like in my bottom 4 probably. I think. Actually, maybe it's my fulcrum. I don't know. Hateful Eight is in my bottom half, though. And Inglourious Bastards. And I think... the Jeff Bridges in the car, the Death Proof.
Oh, yeah.
Death Proof's fun, though. But it's just like... Yeah, this is a Tarantino film about a bunch of people, and Kurt Russell is around. If Samuel
honestly
Jackson tells you to say, there was actually a lot of interviews that people were like, "Oh, Samuel L. Jackson." It's kind of funny.
I always forget that Grindhouse exists when I'm thinking about Tarantino movies.
I still haven't seen the other half.
The Rodriguez movies?
Yeah, I want to watch it.
Because it was Death Proof and fuck, what was the other one?
Shotgun Leg.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was called though.
Shotgun Leg. Why is it called Shotgun Leg? That's a silly name for a movie. Oh my god, that bitch got Shotgun Leg.
Yeah, Inglourious Bastards did give us Christoph Waltz in Western media, so...
Christoph Waltz is real good.
Yeah. I really, I like him as Hans Landa, but, like, him as King Schultz in Django Unchained is so fucking good.
Yeah,
he is fantastic.
He
is fantastic in both movies, but, like, I think, like, I'm glad Hans Landa walked so that King Schultz could run.
Lol. He's really good in he's in Pinocchio. He's the new Pinocchio.
Oh yeah, he's
like the circus guy.
Yeah. He's
His
also
music
in
sucks, but he's really good in the movie.
Yeah. He also, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he play what's his face? The professor in Battle Angel Alita?
Oh, I have no idea.
He was also
I didn't
the bad
watch
guy in the. He was also the bad guy in the Seth Rogen Green Hornet movie.
Huh? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's cool. Yeah,
he's
a really good
definitely.
actor.
You could definitely tell he was having a lot of fun with that role.
Isn't he like 16 lingual or something?
He was also Blofeld in the new James Bond movies. Christoph Waltz is great.
I don't remember that. Is he only Inspector?
He's Inspector, and I think he shows up at like the beginning of No Time to Die or something like that.
Oh, I didn't watch that one.
I got to a shop. I can buy 1,000 tiers for 2,700 tiers. I did it because I have money.
That's a silly fucking rando. Looking at interview about Gross Bastards, and when I basically ended on him the job was after exhibiting his German and French, he was asked to speak English, and they immediately hired him after hearing it.
Yeah.
He's like even beyond that, like it's impressive, but he's like actually just a compelling actor too. He's like a real fucking like scary like fucking jack of all trades when it comes to acting, IMO. But I'm also not a great actor, so I don't know. I would never do live action acting, so I don't know.
I will always appreciate the fact that he's been in 2 Tarantino films where he played one of the most despicable human beings on the face of the earth, and then also one of the only unambiguously good characters in the movie.
in Tarantino's universe.
Yeah, because like they're all, like all of the movies are connected, and like King Schultz is probably unambiguously one of the only like obviously he still does shit because it's Tarantino, but like he's one of the few unambiguously good aligned characters that Tarantino has ever written.
It's like him, Django, and the chicks in Death Proof.
You would like to go to?
Yeah,
That's maybe Uma Thurman and Kill Bill. That's pretty much
I mean,
it.
yeah, but she was an assassin before that, though, right? Like,
yeah, you're
Killer
right. Never
Fire.
mind. Yeah.
Like you could argue like King was a bounty hunter, but like that means he was doing it within the bounds of the law.
Yeah, that's true. God, he's such a good character. I love Django.
I know. I want to watch Django again.
Maybe
I
we'll
literally
do it.
just watched it 2 weeks ago.
Let's
but
do
I
a
would
Dork
watch it
congregation,
again.
Watch along of it sometime.
Yeah.
We'll never do it, just like I did with having children. But the thought is there.
Anyways, we're raising money.
We're raising money for charity for Trans Lifeline through a stream collective called We Dissent. And we are, I can't switch it over right now. That thing on my screen is just my personal goal to contribute to it. We are well over goal. We started with the fucking like, maybe we'll hit this and like probably pass it at some point with all the streamers we have, goal of 1,000. And we are now past 15K.
The thought is here.
The thought is here.
Here, let me, I have it pulled up. So we're currently at $16,117.69.
God damn. Also, if anybody takes away that 69, I'm gonna be a little disappointed because
I know, right?
Since day one, and I'm happy about it.
Yeah. I am really close to my personal goal. I put my goal as $250 for myself. I'm at 216. It'd be really cool. This is my last stream for We Dissent, so it'd be really cool if we get to that 250 by the end of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna clarify.
But if we don't, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, if I don't get the 250, I'm just gonna go edit my goal to 200.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Just edit and post.
Edit and post. I wanna clarify that mine's only 200 because I set mine for 100. And people smashed it in the hour that I streamed before my stream fucking completely shut out on Friday. So I've upped it to 200, but don't like, you know, like, I mean, don't feel obligated regardless. We're just happy to have you here. But like at the same time, like we fucking smashed shit so hard. Like, I'm not saying don't donate, obviously. Like, please do continue to donate. But also, like, goddamn, I can't believe I smashed that. You all did fucking a good old job.
Yeah, I'm very, like, when we had the initial 1,000, I'm like, okay, we'll probably get over 1,000. Like, that was, I thought, like, we would crush 1,000 pretty early, I thought, and then we'll get, like, we'll up the donation thing to, like, 5,000. I'm like, 5,000 would be great, and, like, a lot of fucking money. We've done, like, 3 times that.
We hit 5K, like, within, like, the first, like, 6 hours?
I think it took, like, the first day, but it was still, like, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you all nailed it. Thanks, everybody. And even if you just, like, told other people about it and didn't even donate, like, thank you as well.
Yeah. Even if you've just been here for the raid trains, like, I've had myself, even if I'm not here physically, I'm here emotionally and mentally for the, for the support. I'm trying to do 2 things at once.
Hang on, I gotta finish this thought. Hit stop streaming.
Yeah, it's been really heartwarming to just see the support.
Yeah, it's been really cool. I can't imagine how far fucking 15K can even, like, go for something like that. And normally it's like a collective of, like, a few big events, and, like, just with us this weekend we made that huge fucking dent in transphobia.
Yeah. And not to jinx anything, but I'm actually, like, really surprised how smooth things have gone. Like, we've gotten a couple, like, troll follows in a few streams, but, like, I was expecting, like, you know, hate raids and shit. And, like, it hasn't happened yet as far as I'm aware.
I think that one, like, maybe might, well, no, we don't know, never mind. But yeah. Yeah, we it's been surprising. It sucks because we couldn't post the schedule. Like, someone asked me before the event, I think Urza specifically, maybe somebody else as well, but Urza for sure, like, was like, I want to be on the raid train as much as possible and support it. Like, who's, you know, starting the event? Where can I go? And I'm like, I literally can't tell you because we have to fucking save ourselves from people just posting a fucking flurry of slurs in our chat, like, doing horrible things to us. Otherwise, I would have promoted the shit out of everybody.
Yeah.
But we weren't allowed for obvious reasons that are very
Obvious
understandable.
Yeah. But there is now, like, if you want to follow everyone who has been in this, if you go down into, I don't know if you put it down there, but
I did.
Okay, yeah. If you go to the about section of either of our streams, you can get the full list of everyone who has streamed the event. All of them are amazing, and you should go follow all of them.
I also added Pidge at the end.
Yes, also follow Pidge, who has been. They were unfortunately unable to stream themselves, but they have been around modding for people, and obviously been in my chat doing the doodles and stuff. Another great, wonderful streamer. Also, hello, Hoso. Pidge, give yourself a shout out. Since you're not in my link, or in my about section for the people.
The people.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oops. Good start. Yeah, Pidge is great. I consider them one of my closest friends.
Aww.
I also consider you one of my closest friends.
Not anymore though. Not for that.
You're not playing Yonoid Game of a Year edition?
Yeah, we should have played Yonoid. Let's just release a C. This sucks.
Yeah,
Fuck
we're
this.
just gonna start playing Yonoid.
Yonoid 2 is cool. That's like actually a cool game.
It did look interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily my speed. I'm not too big on like 3D platformers, but
Oh, I am.
and yeah, I could tell.
A little bit. Almost every fucking, I think what, half the games I play? I mean, Time Spinner is technically not a platformer, but like, you know.
There's platforming.
Yeah, it's very much platforming. Where the fuck do I go? I've forgotten how to play this game. Super Mario 64 I run. The Messenger's basically a platformer.
Yeah. Most Metroidvanias have like heavy platforming elements to them.
Yeah. I guess it's more Metroidvania than explicitly platformer if we're being meticulous about genre, which I'm often not.
The Messenger's weird because like the first half of the game is just like straight platformer, and then the second half is more like open world Metroidvania.
Got it. I missed Lunista's stream, so when Antu does a 9 obscure Switch games video featuring it, like I'm like, yo, this aesthetic looks neat, and he says Lunistas, and I'm like, yo, yeah, I just beat it. We'll probably come back to it on stream some point, because I love
really
that
cool.
game. I really liked it. I'm gonna complete it probably. Maybe I'm gonna try to complete it on stream, but there's other shit I want to do. We got Final Fantasy VI on the docket. We got shit I'm doing with Duckie on the docket. We got Neo Twiwi is coming back because I can play it again. I don't know what the fuck happened. Can I die? Can I kill Eggman? Can I kill the Eggman?
Is Eggman still forklift certified?
No, because I kept getting glitches on very specific bosses, and I don't know what caused it, and I still haven't pinpointed it. It's either the cream mod or the forklift mod. Fucks it up. I don't know which, and I really hope it's not the cream one because I like the cream one a lot. Can I jump up here? Froggen was in that video. I'm like, hey, I know that one. Wait, what was the point of the video? Just 9 obscure Switch games. Okay. I was like, that's a lot of games that a lot of people have heard of for 9 obscure Switch games. It's really good. I wish my save data again white every time I closed it. Wait, which one?
For Yonoid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I love Yonoid too. Would love to play it someday. Players of Yonoid. With Yonoid 2.
I'm currently getting my ass kicked by a boss that I usually don't have issues with. That's been a running theme for my for my streams this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, yesterday was pretty clutch.
Stinky with it.
I mean, that one boss fight was explicitly stinky with it, but you know.
Yeah. And then the seed broke. That was fun.
Yeah, that was, of course. I'm assuming by obscure, he also wants them to be good, not obscure weird bad ones no one would like, but funny. But YouTube funny. Froggun's really cool. The only reason I haven't bought it is because I've been broke the entire time that game has been released.
Which game? Oh, Froggun, yeah.
Frogguns are really good. There's a cool game called Silo Sybil, I think it's called, and it's like a Crash Bandicoot-esque indie game, and it looks really neat. And that's out on Steam now.
Sick. I've also I've unlocked the second half of the map, so I am on my way to your Shovel Claws.
Oh, cool.
As soon as I do some...
I think it's called Silo Sybil. Let me check. Steam. Silo Sybil, I think? It'll search for it, so it'll at least get something close. Yeah, I got it right. It's currently $18, but I think it has a lot of replayability. I also haven't played it, so I'm talking out my ass. It might be fucking garbage, but it's probably not. It looks really good. It's like it's very inspired by like Crash 1, but like it looks fun to play versus Crash 1. I thought about doing like Crash 2 or something for Wii Dissent, and then I didn't. So I realized crowd control was a thing, and I was like, oh yeah, 94% of 79 users for this game are positive.
That's
Cool.
good.
Yeah, it's been on my wish list for a long time. I just have been very broke since I started laser hair removal. I think I'm coming to the tail end of it though. I think by either like the end of this year or early next year, I'll be like done with my face and neck.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
What about your neck and your back?
What about my pussy?
And your crack?
Not yet. That's a very sensitive area, so it's very expensive.
Yeah.
I can't do that with a shovel claw.
Can't help but
Kenny
think of Kenny Omega.
What did he do with pussy and crack? Kay just showed me an old video of Kenny Omega when he was like in the indies. And he's like, what the fuck is your name anyway? And the other guy's like, John. He's like, John what? John Jacob. John Jacob what? Oh, I still on the booster. I still can't do the stage. I picked the stage like an idiot.
Have
You
you,
sent me that clip?
has
Is
I guess I forgot about it.
this the stage
has anyone sent you the
go to?
clip of Kenny Omega wrestling a child?
I don't think so. Sad, did you send me a fucking clip that I forgot completely about of Kenny Omega wrestling a child? Because that sounds lovely.
Ah, I need to stretch. Oh, fuck.
I'll bug Kay about it, probably.
It's really heartwarming too, because so like the backstory behind why that happened was because the girl was part of like she's part of some sort of like martial arts class or something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but basically she was everyone else in the everyone else in her like class was doing something with like a wrestling show, but she was too young to be able to participate, and she was really sad about it. So Kenny was just like, I'll wrestle her. And Kenny and like Kenny Omega is like very notoriously known as being like a really safe worker, so they're like, yeah, we'll entrust you with this 9-year-old child's well-being.
Kenny Omega's kind of goated. I want to interrupt this this segment of the stream to inform everyone that Mia is currently on Kay's desk modding the chat.
Hell yes.
So you all better fucking behave.
Don't say anything bad about cats, or else Mia will ban you.
That's true.
Cat mod.
Cat mod. Just like Sonic Adventure 2 Blazy Mix.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna look up. I pulled up my phone not to look at Mia, although it's a good reason to look at your phone. I meant to look up Lost Chow shit. Actually, I think I have a guide of this on my bookmarks. Because I have to look it up so fucking often. No, I have the upgrade checks. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. I need the pick nails for that, though. Let's look up while I'm here. Sonic Adventure 2 Lost Chow locations.
I am being. Oh my god! Look at this fucking character. She is fucking. She He's just gatekeeping the shit out of me right now. I need to go up there, but I can't get up. She won't leave.
I started a Blasphemous AP seed, but I can't get up.
There we go.
Oh, to get the Lost Chow, you need fucking basically every Rouge item except the Treasure Scope, and we have Treasure Scope. What the fuck is the Treasure Scope good for then?
Scope and treasures.
Security Hall? Do I have that? I've been able to do this for a while. I think there's a check I've had for a while, and I just forgot that I can do that. Impossible. Yeah.
You forgetting about a check in Sonic Adventure AP?
It's fucking... Listen, this game's nuts.
I just fucking swan dived right into some spikes.
Wonderful. I hate that a lot. How do you do this?
No, it's
actually?
great. It's good for my back.
Damn. All right, I'm gonna look at this. Let's see. That's a different stage. That's a different stage. From the start of the level, head forward and to the left. Metal container.
Are you supposed to go back and to the left?
You're supposed to go
Back.
forward and back, and then forward and back, and then,
And then
forward and
forward.
back.
And then you put one foot forward?
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's true.
It'll never work. I swan dived into some more spikes. Let's go. I did make an enemy swan dive into some spikes. You're almost done with your chores? Yeah!
Sweet.
Go low
Imagine
effort
chores.
Pidge. Right?
Wait, it says metal boxes. Oh, but you don't need the fucking thing. Wait. What the fuck? Transcendental.
When you transcend your dental needs.
I needed to do that actually. I don't have insurance. Should be a metal container here with a spring on top. What? Oh, at the ACB, at the ABC uses 1, 2, 3 block. That makes more sense. To me.
Yeah, you said words. I understood the words.
Somebody donated something. Somebody donated, so we're past the personal goal that I set for my stream. Thank you all very fucking much. I'm gonna see what you redeemed right now, because it doesn't fucking tell me. I can't read that. Mikey Matt, thank you for the follow, and I think the donation, but let's maybe like... Oh, it's a hint? Thank you. I probably need that. Probably need that real bad.
I like how I have 3 times as many checks as you do, but I have not needed to actually hint for anything yet.
Sounding
I
like
could
you're
use
cool mistress.
I could use some hints because there's I'm 2 items from Go Mode and I don't know where those items are.
You did redeem a hint. Thank you. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you very much. What am I missing? I mean, I'm missing a lot of things, but what am I missing that's like a Go Mode item? Because that'll be something I'm gonna need eventually. Hammer gloves. I already hinted for booster. Yeah, just hammer gloves. So I guess I'm gonna hit for hammer gloves now. Forward and back, I like to say, yeah, it's my favorite thing to say. You're at pots.
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 Let me get to a safe spot and then I will check where that is.
Oh no, I'm saying that you're at pots.
Oh.
Knuckles Hammer Gloves is at the District of Columbia, Upper East Child of Moonlight.
I will check my map in a second. Hold on. District of Columbia.
Is that not where it is?
DC. Where's DC?
I just told you.
Oh, Discarded Cistern. I might be able to get that.
Did you just pop a lung?
Yes.
Did I just deflate you? It's not the kind of thing you do when you go and then you just go around the fucking room. And you just fly around.
Yeah, I can get that.
This? Cool, I'm gonna need it eventually.
I'm gonna go get it right now.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
We moan here.
I think I've been able to get this for a while. It's a check that I forget exists.
I see.
Oh, I already got the.
Neither of these are yellow. What the fuck is it talking about? I am so confused. I thought it was up top. Yeah. Oh, it's up here. No. Not down there. Up here. There we go. Oh, I'm so fucking good at video games.
Not downies, uppies.
Uppies. Uppies, come on.
Not too bad, I guess.
Jesse, uppies.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Is that canon? That happened?
Jesse, Hank, uppies.
Does that happen in Breaking Bad?
You have to find out.
Oh, tell me. You have to tell me.
I'll tell you this as a hint for it. There's a compilation on YouTube of Walt's yelling Jesse. The entire series. I just watched a compilation that I actually found interesting because I'm a fucking geek. I normally never watch videos like this, but it was just one that's like a documented fucking like compilation of every death in the show and in Better Call Saul and in El Camino. And like, not to spoil it, but the very, very last like on screen, like in the timeline, because it's in like chronological order, so it's not a spoiler because they do some weird time shit in Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
There's the like very last canonical death is like just some guy.
Some guy.
Like there's so many thematic and like beautifully like crafted like death scenes in that fucking show, and then the last like one is just some dude.
As you do.
I don't remember his name, or else I tell people that I've seen all of them. Oh fuck yeah. What it is, but I don't.
Would like to go to?
I got you. So I can't do the Wild Canyon checks. I still need Shovel Claw. So actually, never mind. I'm still kind of just kind of paddling. But it's good to have that because I need to beat Cannon Score when I get there. Really need the booster in the Shovel Claw. That was the main
It also
thing.
saves me from having to go get it later. So.
Oh fuck yeah, cool. Oh, what the fuck? I need like everything to get that one. Mia's helping for charity. Mia's finally come to terms with being a fucking transphobic cat and is now helping out.
I must click this. Oh, well. I must click this while in a safe space.
This is a safe space.
It's a kitty. I'm an in-game.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm supposed to look like a fucking jackass during a charity stream.
If it makes you feel any better, you generally do.
I think I'm like logically maybe stuck. Just pretty foobar. There's probably skip for White Jungle that I don't know. Because if I can beat the third one of that, like, I'm good to go.
Hint cost 0 points. You have 123 points.
Doesn't it hurt?
A little bit. Oil of the Pilgrims. Where is that? Can I get that right now?
What would you even do with legitimate fucking like just unlimited checks? Like if you did an actual like non-charity multi-world just unlimited checks, like what the fuck? You know? Like what would the point even be? I mean, I guess you still have to like get them.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be good for like an introductory like async. But other than that, like,
Okay.
I only use 0% for this and like to test things.
Alright. I know where I'm going. Vaguely.
Good. That's great. I'm happy about it.
It's gonna take me a little bit longer than I thought because I have to go around in like stinky ways.
Stinky ways. By Journey.
It's my favorite Journey song.
This week are stinky ways. Someday stink will find you. Smelly things will remind you.
Ow. Books. Oh god.
Yeah.
Someone give me thing. Mikey, thank you very much for the $34, which brings me to my goal of $250 dues.
Oh wow. Awesome.
Thank you very much. I'm
Thanks,
very
Mikey.
happy and proud and happy. Was that also for do I get to bank a hint on that?
Yeah, we should have decided if people like. I didn't realize people could do the incentive and vote more on the incentive.
Yeah, I also didn't make an incentive on my side because I'm stinky and forgot.
That was the whole point.
I'm sorry.
You just said I made a jackass of myself for being a goofball, and you're over here with no
I didn't say I
fucking
was.
hint redeem. Can't believe this.
Had to get both to your goals. All the rewards were locked. The doodle should still be.
Wait, all the rewards were locked.
I think on my side. I did set some I might have accidentally set all of my stuff to be like time.
No, it might have been
related.
fucking locked. Well, one of mine is locked.
My Dark Souls related one should be locked.
Well, fuck, I'm gonna have to fix my shit. Fuck. The kitty girl one is locked because I'm currently using it.
Yeah, I don't know. But also, Mikey, if you would like, since you donated $34, you could get a doodle from Pidge if you would like. I will give you that.
I can also use the robot voice since you donated 30 in mine. So I can use 10 for the multi-world hint and then like retroactively just like give you the fucking robot voice for 30 minutes.
If you would like to see an example of a Pidge doodle, there is one on my screen right now.
Yeah, sorry everybody that I locked that. Oh yeah, because I only set it for Friday.
I'm gonna go back to my game now.
I'm gonna go fix
But thank
my
you very much.
fucking shit.
Thank you very much, Mikey, for the donation either way. Very much appreciate it. I appreciate you. Doodle over. Pidge did say that no machinery or robots.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
that was one of their conditions.
I forgot about that, I guess. So. Bump this up an hour. That one's unlocked. It's just locking soon. And then the kitty girl one is locked on purpose, or is locked on purpose.
Okay.
The multi-world one should be fine.
Pidge has made a singular exception as long as it's simple.
Can make like, I don't know, whatever you want. You're the donator. All right, sorry everybody watching my screen. Oh, okay.
Did you get another?
No, I unpaused and Shadow lost the momentum and just flung it into the sea.
Just
Drown in the
throwing himself
swamp.
into the sea.
Drop into the sea.
Squiggly's back. Hello, Squiggly.
Wait a minute. Is that Squiggly? Or is that
Squiggly.
Waluigi with Squiggly's computer?
Wow. It's Squaggly.
Wow. Squagluigi.
Waluigi.
Hey, maybe
apparently
go fish out Shadow while you're back. I need this bitch.
this bitch empty.
Why look?
If I could do Waluigi voice, I would say this bitch empty in the Waluigi voice.
This bitch empty. That's kind of him.
Eat. Oh god, I'm dying. I'm dying, Squirtle.
Here we go.
I have reached a save point.
He'd be like, my favorite guitarist is the guy from Metallica. And people would be like, why Waluigi? And he'd be like, the wah wah pedal.
I was wondering where you were going with that, and you nailed it.
And then I'd fucking Full Metal
Hurling
Jacket
yourself
that
into the
bitch.
ocean.
No, I'd take a fucking burlap sack full of shit and slap him around with it. But it's Waluigi, so he just like kind of ping pong around and be like, boing!
Mystic Melody for Rouge.
I think I can probably not do anything with that. Pretty sure that doesn't do anything for me. I'm trying to figure
It
out.
might
there's gotta be
because
a
you have mission
skip.
randomization.
What?
So that might because you have randomized mission.
Well, no, we definitely have third missions that for Rouge to do, but I don't know if I can actually literally fucking do them because you need other items. You need so many fucking items to get her goddamn chows. They're like the government locked them away in fucking Fort Knox.
They lock them away in Fortnite. When are we getting chows in Fortnite?
True. Last night we were watching somebody play Fortnite on Twitch, and Kay was like, "Who the fuck isn't in Fortnite these days?" And I was like, "Master Chief," and she was like, "Master Chief's in Fortnite." Pretty sure. I'm like, "That's not true." And then I looked it up, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Is Master Chief in Fortnite?
Yeah, Master Chief is playable in Fortnite.
All right.
Yeah, everybody is here. Everyone is here. That's still the end of the stage. I thought I did something cool, but I didn't do it.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
I'm like, maybe fucking BK'd. Wait. Iron Gate upgrade? Oh, I didn't go back to Iron Gate. I have one check I can do at least.
Assume level 1 defense formation.
I'm on my way to
Dude.
the thing that you need.
Level 1
Shooting.
security door breach.
Okay.
Emergency
Cool.
formation. Intercept intruder.
I mean, it's a friend. No, wait. That was a lot of nasal. I wasn't expecting that much nasal resonance. That was a little Julian Smithy. I didn't mean it to be.
Level 2 security door breach. Level 2 security door
I never get naked in your random.
They're good.
As long as I'm kissing your home.
You declare this
This
an
in the awkward zone.
Oh fuck. Dying Squirtle.
Have a mark of the third refuge.
I
Is
might
this
need
the
that
stage
later.
You would like to go to?
Cool. I don't know what any of your shit means. I know what the money is, I think. And that's like it. Everything else is a fucking mystery to me.
It's a good game. You should play it.
Maybe I will. Kay has a bunch of shit that they downloaded just from like PS Plus or whatever the fuck, or like various means, and there's just a bunch of shit in our PS5 library that is like also archipelago games,
Hell yeah.
including Overcooked.
Oh, I forgot that game exists. You can play
Not
it.
only does it exist, but it's in archipelago, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's in Archipelago, and you can play local co-op in Archipelago.
Yay, Kay and I can join Multiworlds together with Overcooked, and we don't have to share the bandwidth.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I looking for? Lost Chow? Again? What am I doing right now in this game? Yeah. Trying to Lost Chow. Sonic Adventure 2. Wishes
Electric
are eternal.
Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. That's what he says. To get to the Lost
Oh,
Chow in that stage, I need Pick Nails, Iron Boots, and Mystic Melody. I do not have Pick Nails, Iron Boots, and Mystic Melody. I have Mystic Melody. So, no, that miraculously doesn't open a single Lost Chow for Rouge. Because it's just that bitchy. Two of them, you basically need every item other than Treasure Scope. One of them is just Treasure Scope. I already got that one. And then the other one, you need Iron Boots and Mystic Melody.
It's a shovel class.
Oh! Oh! Oh, I can go unlock fun stages now. Mwah! Kisses the fucking shovels. Kisses the fucking shovels.
All right. I have at least one hint, so I'm gonna go do one hint. To figure out which. So I have one of the masks that I need. Need 2 more masks. Which one day I will remember the name of the masks.
There's the Michael Keaton mask, skeleton mask, the happy mask, the truth-telling mask. That is an Oni raid. You speak the truth. Welcome, Oni. Welcome, Oni fans, to the stream. My name's Aiden Iona. My pronouns are they, she. I'm joined by Duckie. Duckie, say hello or some shit.
Hello, I am here.
Wow, okay.
Or some shit.
And we're doing a multi-world randomizer. If you click the pinned link up top of my chat, that should still be there. If it's not, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. You can watch both of our streams at the same time. Because technology is nutty like that. I'm currently punching a giant little sperm cell. What are you all doing? The multiple worlds.
Wait, does Oni know about Multiworlds?
Do you know what worlds?
Oh, do you want to do a Multiworld next year? Already
next
planning
year?
for next year. Yeah, well, for We Dissent. We can do them before then.
We should get Pidge hooked so we can get him to do one.
Yeah.
I suggested that, and Duckie was like, I don't even know if he like knows what that is. I'm like, he watches our streams.
Listen.
Play some Persona 3 Portable and Speeder. Oh, okay, spending some more Celeste. Cool. Yeah, I'm really bad at Celeste. I haven't played it in a long time. I get frustrated easily. That's why I just play platformers for babies.
And get frustrated at them.
Shut up! Shut up! It's not true! Stop! Anyway, yeah, we're doing the seed. We're gonna be on until like 6? Yeah, 6.
6, yeah.
Is this the
I've been
stage
stuck
you
in this
would
little
like to go
fucking area for like 2 hours, and I'm very excited that I just got out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have another
If
boss
we-
fight. Go on.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Fuck!
I don't think they can make. Well, okay, that's a spike pit for me. I don't think they can make an so like a game will only work with a single other specific game in Archipelago. I think if they're adding Celeste to Archipelago, then it's gonna work with everything.
Yeah, it isn't. It's dependent on whether or not it works with Archipelago's servers or you self-generating one. It doesn't care what the other games are. Unless they break, like Worlds Collide.
Yes.
I'm about to get smacked by a fucking golem. Yeah, anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, you can look up archipelago.gg. I am one of the farthest things from a fucking tech whiz, and I do 4 different games and technically know how to do like 5 or 6 different games in AP. Actually, technically 7, because Super Mario World. I know how to hook up Super Mario World and make it run in AP.
Is
I'm
this
just
the
not good
stage
at
you
it.
would like to go to?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
And
hit
there's, like-
hint real quick.
There's games being added like constantly too, so
Yeah,
And Pidge would be down even if they wouldn't know what is happening.
just on Sonic Pidge 2, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Don't do that. Final Rush 2. Oh! It's the first one available. Oh! Just heard that they were gonna add it to that, and I know some friends who play Ocarina of Time. Your friends can probably help you set up whatever the fuck then when it comes out, because Ocarina is notoriously like one of the hardest fucking things to set up. Like Ocarina and Super Mario 64 are fucking nightmares to set up an AP. I only can do Super Mario 64 because one of our friends figured out how to do it, and then Sat showed me how to do that. If not for those 2 people, not for RB-Man and the Satellite 54, I would have no fucking idea.
I just play games that are easy to set up.
Steam games are usually easy to set up. I've heard Hollow Knight is kind of a bitch, right?
No, Hollow Knight's super easy.
Okay. The Messenger is... If you follow the directions very, very, very closely and do not go like, oh, okay, I got it from here at any point during the process, the Messenger's not that hard to set up.
And also, if you don't give yourself, what was it, 350 increments of 100.
It didn't tell me when it gives you, okay, so in Sonic Adventure 2, if someone gives you a ring in Archipelago, it comes up as a ring, as you would expect. In the Messenger, there's a currency called time shards. You would think getting a time shard then would be 1 time shard. So I put in enough time shards into my YAML to set it to where it gives me enough like 380 something warp shards so I could do some basic mobility shit at the beginning of my seeds. Each time shard in the Messenger AP counts as 100
All right.
when you get them from other people, including your own YAML. So I was sitting there for like an hour
So
just getting pinged for fucking time shards.
It was really
Is
fun.
this the stage you would like to go to?
It's an extra challenge because you can, you know, you have to figure out how to do it without the half of the screen. We can go to Cityscape. Am I holding up any of your shit?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I need,
probably am, but-
I need my Children of Moonlight. I might need
okay.
all 38 of them, which would be really stinky.
Damn. Good thing we got an extra hour.
Scene heading south. Block all major roads and capture the suspect.
Oh god.
Oh fuck. Whatever, doesn't matter.
Okay, can this fucking hitbox stop moving so I can hit it?
Find out by clicking the cat girl link.
I'm fighting a giant baby that can grab me and rip me in half.
My
This game is weird.
Poisoned.
Have I mentioned that this game is weird?
I've heard tale.
Oh, okay. I've killed the giant baby.
I find it ironic that that AP was originally made for like Link to the Past, because that's now like one of the most fucked up randos that are in AP.
Yeah, it was originally made for the game that is the least fun to play in it.
Basically, for those who don't do randomizers on your own, there's a bunch of weird like gatekeepy bullshit in the Link to the Past randomizer community. So like a lot of the devs of that shit and like the trackers thereof are just like really weird about certain things that they should not be. Leading to some horse shit overall. Mikey, take your doodle.
I got some garlic.
Oh no. I was gonna invite Count Chocula onto the stream, but if you're gonna pull out garlic and shit. Kay just bought a big ass fucking, we got a big box of like, it's a collection of all the different little like spooky cereals, you know?
Yeah.
There's like a fourth one. There's like some fucking green goth bitch.
I'm interested.
I don't know what it is. It's got Count Chocula, it's got Frankenstein nuts, it's got Blueberry.
All right.
I think it's
I don't
called
know what the other one
Frankenberry.
is. What? The pink one?
I think like the Frankenstein. I think it's Frankenberry, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't think about it until after I called it Frankenstein nuts.
All it takes is a little effort.
Then I was like, shit. I said the wrong
Is this the
thing.
stage you would like to go to?
Wait, did I unlock the? Oh, I haven't unlocked the super boss yet.
Yes.
Bro, I love Hades. Damn, I forgot.
That's super giant.
Oh my god.
Fake
That's
Hades
gonna-
fan shaking my head.
When Hades 2 comes out, it's just gonna be my personality for like a year. I've
Same,
been warning you
honestly.
now. What? Oh, okay.
It's the same.
We can both be annoying about it together.
Yeah.
Play Hades. Chat, buy Hades. Don't just play Hades, buy Hades.
Yep. If you've already bought Hades, buy Hades again.
Damn it, fuck. I gotta get re-employed. I'm currently unemployed right now, like a little dingus. I gotta get re-employed. And then I gotta fucking... And I say that because I don't have anything like that's really in the way of me getting employed, like physically. I just fucking... I've been working in warehouses for a decade, so no one wants to hire me for shit that I want to do. It's pretty cool, despite having a bachelor's.
I've got this.
Hades is a good game. Julia's better at it than I am. Doesn't like roguelikes? I don't either. Love Hades. Buy Hades, buy it again. I have genuinely considered like buying it on Switch. And when I sold a bunch of my games before the big move recently, I saw a copy of it for like PS4 or something like that, and I like thought about it. I was like, I already have this game and I've sunk 200 hours into it, but I could.
But what
put
if I
more
could
money
do it?
into
What if I could do it portably?
That's true. I could get it on Switch and you could play it all the
Play them
time.
bad. Play them bad.
That's true.
But also on the John.
Mia can come in and tell me that my fucking tech is awful and shit or whatever.
You can come in and be like, you've been in here for 40 minutes. What the fuck is going on? I'm playing Hades.
Playing Hades. Should be like, I mean, stop existing.
Beasts.
Hades 2. So, they've actually put a lot more development time into it than a lot of people think. If you look on their website, there's like a bunch of paragraphs talking about how it's actually secretly been in development for like a really long time. Like around the time that Hades 1 went into like 1.0. So I can't put out a date because I don't think they have yet. But I suspect that we'll be seeing more murmurs of it before this year ends. And I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into early access like either really late this year, like really late this year, or like early next year. Like probably by like spring next year. That's my prediction though. That's not based on any like fact other than they've been developing it for a fucking while. And you might think that's not enough time, but like it's in Hades 1 engine, and Hades 1 went to 1.0 not like what, 2-3 years ago now?
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
It's been a minute.
And they've been developing Hades 2 since like then. Playing Minecraft. Yeah, Supergiant actually gives a shit about their employees. It's nutty.
All right.
Imagine.
Can't complain.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Ow! Do I even need anything else, like, immediately? I think I have all my Go mode items. I just need emblems to get to the last, to get the cannon score. Could be the same.
You need 7 rings.
In hand, their whole hearts can't find now.
Yeah, like that.
Rouge doesn't need anything. Shadow doesn't need anything. We already have Booster. We already have Bounce Bracelet. Got Hammer Gloves from Duckie. And Jet Engine.
I like to imagine that
yeah.
Jet Engine is just they strap Jet to the back of the...
What are you doing? There are a million better ways to handle the situation. Shut the fuck up and do your part. I could do no 8 quarters. There's a check I can do in 8 quarters. Oh, I still don't have light shoes. Shit. I'm gonna do hidden base. This one's a
Every
bitch,
Supergiant game is a banger, and they're bangers because they're good people with happy staff who are paid well and work sensible hours.
That's true. Bastion, I'm more curious about. I haven't watched the no-clip documentary on that yet because that was under Warner Brothers technically. So I'm kind of curious. It's still technically an indie game, like in every sense of the term, but it's a lot of people I think don't talk about it or forget about it. That one wasn't done completely in-house. That was Transistor was the first one they did that with.
I really like Bastion. Ow.
Bastion is my least favorite of the 4 games, but I like it. Like, it's obviously good. But I didn't feel as motivated to, like, I don't know, continue to do anything after the fact. And the combat is, like, a little funky. It's not bad funky necessarily, it's just a funky that doesn't gel well with me.
Yeah. That's fair.
Transistor
It's definitely
is a fucking work of art, though.
I was gonna say the like the Bastion combat was very much like the skeleton that Hades combat was built off of, though.
Pretty much, yeah. Transistor, honestly, is a lot of things I like about Bastion, but a lot more concentrated into like the two main things it's trying to do. And that's why I really like Transistor. Pyre made me fucking gasp.
I still haven't played Pyre.
Pyre is really fucking good. Pyre reinstilled my faith in the entirety of the fucking visual novel genre.
And also, you get to play basketball.
Visual novel basketball.
See, that's how you improve your visual novel. You just make it also a basketball game.
Knuckle soccer. I think Supergiant themselves have said like each of our games are an improvement on the last. And the No Clip documentary for Hades, Greg Kasavan, I think specifically was like, I think it was either him or Amir Rao that were like, fucking, Bastion was really cool. It was a good foray into like our first game, and it was a good story about like, you know, like apocalypse and shit. Transistor was we wanted to make a sci-fi love story. We did. Fire, we wanted to make a fucking, you know, visual novel about like in the afterlife. We did it. Hades, we just wanted to whack shit. I respect the fuck out of that.
Can't make that jump anymore because I blocked it. I soiled it.
I've soiled it, gamers. Gamers.
What up, gamers?
What's happening, gamers? Today we're doing something a little silly.
Here's my list of my top 10 favorite Sonic OCs.
That is a little silly.
Number 1, Cold Steel the Hedgehog.
What's Cold Steel do?
I don't know. He just has a cool name.
So he doesn't have like powers or anything? Is he even anthropomorphic?
He's a real thing that exists.
What? A Cold Steel the Hedgehog?
Yeah, he's like he's like one of the most famous like Sonic OCs.
Oh, I've been unaware. It's impressed with how brilliant they're writing. Greg Kasavan is a giant mythology nerd. That's why it's like that.
Oh right, yeah, he's the Cold Steel the Hedgehog is where the Nothing Personnel kid comes from. I forgot about that part.
We should make Joe Biden a Sonic OC.
That's just Joe Biden. That's just the president in Shadow the Hedgehog, right?
That's the president from Sonic Adventure 2. It's the same guy.
Yeah. Which is
He's
Joe
got
Biden.
big fucking banana fingers and a giant goddamn McDonald's moon head. Eggman OCs? What's the one called? I call her Omelette, but Omelette is not her name, I don't think. People made one from Sonic Mania.
Yeah, like a female Eggman.
Yeah, it was like a little kid, little girl Eggman. Because there's like a boss in Sonic Mania, and if you tilt your head a certain way while the fucking boss is going on, because it's like upside down, it looks like a little girl in the cockpit with like big red hair. It was Omelette? Okay. I don't fucking know. Nothing personnel, kid. I kind of want her to be canon.
Would you say that she's core to your canon? That's an appropriate response.
I died. I died in the 100 ring mission. I'm going to fucking become a lawyer.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Going to a different stage.
Starts playing Ace Attorney.
Gay boy simulator.
Hey, what's up? My name's Steve.
From the Steve Hams we're having. Steve Hams. My brain is damaged.
A little bit. part of your charm.
You know, I haven't watched a steamed hams video in like 4 days. I'm becoming healthier. Despite the fact that it's obviously grilled. Eggman does need to hire janitors for his theme park. He does, Cubot and Orbot. And I think there's some other robots that have like brooms and shit. He has janitor robots in Sonic Adventure. Good heavens.
A severed hand blessed.
Spend their nights where I feel it. I don't know the words.
Oh.
That song was in Secret Rings, but the Black Knight version is just some fucking somebody going at it, and it's like it's all like soft, and there's like a little sitar that goes. Pew, 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 pew. That's probably why you thought it was in Black Knight earlier.
Probably.
That's the one that goes. Seven rings. I don't know the words. It doesn't do that. It says the actual lyrics.
No, those are the lyrics. What are you talking about?
Seven rings in hand. You can't believe Eggman is an AI tech, bro? I can.
I can, yeah.
Is this the stage you would like to go
I think I already
to?
talked about that first stream of like what different Sonic characters would do with crypto.
Oh, so why are you sag noising? Oh, you gotta get ready for work.
That sucks. Quit.
Tell
Quit your
them,
job.
yeah, quit your job and just be like, I'm watching a charity stream.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I would do.
Well, have fun. I mean, I don't know. Don't murder anybody. Unless it's like a billionaire, then do.
Yeah.
Please.
Keep going. We are done in 2 hours.
Yeah, this isn't a normal one where like if it's really foobar, we can just go all night. We actually have a fucking schedule we have to adhere to.
Might be a problem because if I have to get all 38 of my Children of Moonlight.
Yeah, but however, we have 2 hours left, and I'm already like kind of sort of near Cannon's Core. So if I release my seed and I have like a bunch of your fucking shit, keep these brats in check.
It's true. I cannot be unsupervised.
Chat, read Hoso's chat messages and Captain Hook from Disney's Peter Pan voice right now.
I don't always commit manslaughter. But when I do, I make sure they're rich as fuck.
I love Guillotine's chat. Anyway, the stream is for charity. Keep these brats in check, okay? They cannot be unsupervised. Yes, Captain.
right out, cut stream and then stream it. No, that would be mean.
We could be dickheads and stream at like midnight, just unrelated to the charity, and be like, we exist for no reason. That's cool.
I will probably be asleep at midnight.
That's heinous. Can't believe you do that.
I know, right? Imagine sleeping at like a normal hour. Have a good Hoso.
Yeah, do your best. I don't know. Shit sucks out there.
Yeah.
I stayed up. I had vodka last night. I was in heaven. I had fucking... Kay and I ate a bunch of chicken nuggets. And then after I settled those out, while I was eating that, I opened up it's like this little can of like vodka, but it's Sunny D, like officially. And it tastes
like
really
official
fucking
Sunny D
good.
vodka?
Yes.
All right.
And it just tastes like Sunny D, but it makes you fucking tipsy like vodka, Duckie. Sunny D vodka.
That sounds
I was-
very dangerous. Because I
Why?
fucking love Sunny D flavored things.
I controlled myself. I thought about opening another can or drinking wine after the fact, but I also drank wine
Is
like the
this
day
the
before, and
stage
it
you
was
would
like
like
way
to
too
go
much
to?
wine. So I was like, no, I need to like pace myself. I can't just drink every night because it's a charity stream. I think I can do Final Chase too. I didn't mark off that Mikey hint. I should probably do that before I forget again.
I only had the one hint. I need at least one more to know where my other thing is.
What the fuck did I hint for the hammer gloves? That's right. I mean, if you also want to donate for my hints, I mean, I have other incentives if you look on that page, but I also have donation incentives for the multi-world hint. You can still use it. There aren't any more items that I like explicitly need, but there are items that would be nice. So if you wanna do that, I could use some help.
Yeah.
But you know who else could use some help? Trans lives in America. So you'll be donating to Trans Lifeline, and you'll be helping a lot of people out, even more than the entire collective already has.
Yeah. Also, my map percentage completion right now is 69%.
Oops. Got it. Platforming.
You're doing it.
Here we go.
I had an idea yesterday because it was our friend Kemps's birthday, and I couldn't join. There was a thing he did because I had to mod for
Is this the
Duckie's
stage you would
stream.
like to go to?
And I had the idea after the fact where it was too late that like I could totally just make like a Super Mario 64 seed that's like meant to last a maximum of like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Just come in and be like, hey everybody, we're having a grand time. Oh, guess I'm go mode.
I need 1 star to be able to.
Yeah, I thought about it. I was like, maybe I'll just make like the star recommendations like literally just like one for the like one door, and then 2 for like the upper floor if I get there, and then 3 for like Bowser's room. So all I really needed is like the upper key, like the second floor key, and then if somebody gives me the second floor key and like 3 stars, I can just like be done.
That'd have been really funny.
I should have done that, but I didn't think about it until after the fact. I did scream in the K's mic though from across the room, so everybody could hear me and was very annoyed, more so than they would have been if I would have been in the multi-world. So I'm proud of myself.
You did it. Good job.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm still debating the idea of a Dork congregation async. Which was that was your idea, if you remember.
Yeah. Like all my good ideas, they got stolen.
I mean, I usually credit you for them. I think. Like I normally do. Do I not?
No, you do.
Okay.
I'm just being a bitch.
And I'm not a bitch! Oh no! I still love penis. Still love cock.
Do you? Do you?
Cock.
Yeah, fair.
This is a stream for charity, chat.
Yeah. It's a stream for a trans-related charity. We're allowed to talk about girl cock.
And we're trans, so we can talk about girl cock.
I mean I marked my I marked my stream for mature audiences.
Actually, shit. Yeah, I was gonna make like a big point. Like, everybody rated me for this. Like, by the way, reminder. Even though this is for a fucking big charity event, this is an 18+ stream. So if you're a child, get the goddamn fuck out. But I didn't do that. So
Mine's actually Mine's auto marked as mature audiences because I'm playing an M-rated game.
mine is. Well, I mean, mine is the shit that Twitch made us do.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I also did that.
My streams are
But
immediately just marked as filth.
Yeah. But it also auto marks for mature audiences if you're playing an M-rated game.
Yeah. What about Shadow the Hedgehog?
No, I think that one's
should.
fine.
They say
Should.
damn. Sonic says damn. That was probably actually jarring to a lot of people's fucking childhoods. Like, they're probably like, you can say that?
Wait. If he can say it, then I can say it too.
Damn is a gateway word to fuck. You
True.
heard it here first. Yeah, my parents got that for me with a bunch of like GameCube games, and I was really excited about it because I really wanted Shadow the Hedgehog for the Nintendo GameCube, and they got it for me, and I played it in the big living room upstairs for once, and they were really disappointed with the cussing in it.
Well, it's because Shadow the Hedgehog isn't your E for everyone hedgehog. He's the teen-rated hedgehog.
Yeah, he says that in the first cutscene when he looks up after the explosion. He looks directly into the camera.
Like, this is an E for everyone.
You have to be cool and 10.
Cool and 10? Oh, is it E10 Plus?
Yeah, it was one of the first games actually to be E10 Plus in the States. Yeah,
Is this the
interesting,
stage you'd
right?
like to go to?
Yeah, I would like that a whole lot if he's just, that there's just a check at the beginning when you start a new like save file where he's just like, wait a minute, are you 10 years old? And you hit yes, and he's like, fuck yeah, bitch. Cause this is about to get raunchy. If you're 9 years old, suck a dick and leave. I hit a wall. I was laughing really hard thinking about Shadow telling children to suck it. Who's your favorite Sonic character?
I like Amy.
Yeah? Do you like the CD outfit more, or the adventure to like pretty much now outfit?
I like the one that she's like currently wearing. I also mostly know her from Sonic X, not the games. So
I mean, her outfit, that's the same outfit as those. Smoke meth. Motorcycle noises.
yeah. Does a wheelie.
God, the motorcycle felt like ass in that game. There was so much shit in that game that would have been like ironic fun if they would have made the stages like wider and made the enemy like shit lesser. And then that game would be like fixed. I would probably actually enjoy that game if they did those two things. Like actually, like those are two small things. But it would have been all of the small things that I would have needed. Like your version of Shadow that Swears to Children. I also like my version of Shadow that Swears to Children. I'm still laughing at it because I'm a fucking narcissist. Anyway, go on.
All the
What were you
small
gonna say?
things.
Not me?
Going to come to your house.
Was that a threat?
I promise.
I still haven't
'Cause
got
it
my
won't-
fucking driver's license. I'm fucking angry about it.
get it!
I can't. They won't fucking give it to me. The USPS is withholding it from me. Like
I
genuinely.
thought you said it was in your PO box.
No, it was. I don't have a PO box. It was in the
Oh.
informed delivery thing, and it was like it's coming soon, which normally means it's gonna be there within like 3 days, 7 days, or something fucks up. And I was like, okay, it's been like 3 days, and it doesn't come up on informed delivery anymore. And I put in a thing for it, and they were like, oh, well, it hasn't been 7 days since it was shipped out, so fuck you. Don't bug us with this shit unless it's been 7 days. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
It's now been
they
like,
probably mean 7 business days.
it's been
So
like
weekends
12
don't
days.
count.
It's been like almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, so call them tomorrow. I gotta follow.
Thank you,
Oops.
Caliber. I think that's another one of our
Caliber,
streamer
yeah.
friends that's in the We Dissent collective.
Yeah, thank you very much for the follow. How are you?
I'm driving in cars.
Riding on cars.
Chat, think of your favorite Ecoraptor moment and don't say it because I'll fucking ban you.
I just said it.
I'm banning Duckie from my chat. Pardon.
That and
Excuse
the
me.
jump and shoot man. Just jump and shoot.
Cool.
Jump and shoot.
For a brief moment, I was thinking, what's my favorite Ecoraptor moment? And I was like, no, it's a bit, Aiden. Aiden, shut the fuck up.
You wake up and you're here now? Yeah, that's the best part about raid trains. Like, I keep waking up in new and exciting places.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't make it out to a lot of the fucking streams, unfortunately. If they bring me back next year, hopefully I'll be in a better place to where I can do it more. But yeah, I didn't get around to it. On a fort. I've also watched Novalia. Have we had a Fortnite stream in this collective? Has anybody done some Fortnite? Half the people have been doing Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I've saw a few Dead by Daylight stuff. There's been some art streams, which have been cool. Some Final Fantasy VI from me and also other people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was once again paying for my seed.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me try that again.
Phrase that differently.
I am doing a mission where you can't hit walls, and I hit a wall, and I was very upset.
Oh.
That's why I made that noise.
Just stop hitting walls.
You should eat barbed cock.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to.
It's for charity.
I don't think they would like us to do that.
Oh.
Not on this charity.
Oh, okay, so next week,
Yeah,
we're bringing somebody in that has a spiky dick.
Next week is We Dissent After Dark.
Fucking, I hate that a lot.
This is not for legal reasons, and so I can get invited back next year. That is not true. That was a bit. I was joking. If we do anything related to that, it is not actually associated with We Dissent.
I feel like anyone who's part of this event that has witnessed my stream for more than 2 minutes already knows that, like, most of the shit I say is bullshit. I'm just a fucking menace. I would love to read chat right now, but I am really just having fucking a Kendrick Lamar-esque battle with these walls. They're talking and they're all saying fuck you.
Ah.
If these walls could talk, they would say fuck you. They say fuck you, Aiden, specifically. They would say fuck you, Aiden, you're a little bitch. You shouldn't play Sonic Adventure 2 anymore.
Weird that was in the Kendrick Lamar song.
If these walls could talk, Aiden fucking sucks at this game. She should quit and give in her stream key.
Leave it to me.
Fuck! Neither can I, but still not meeting new people. Again, true. I did some rhythm games throughout the past few days. Really interesting. I don't think I've ever streamed a rhythm game. Oh, wait. Wait a minute.
I think my
Anyway.
game.
That wasn't even a joke. I just genuinely, for a second, was like, I've never streamed a rhythm game before. Because I was thinking about, like, Guitar Hero and, like, peripheral shit. Then I realized I've streamed Theater Rhythm, like, 15 times, and I'm planning on doing it tomorrow.
I think I broke my game.
Uh-oh. What's wrong?
I don't know if you can look right now, but...
I can't. I'm driving.
Well, stop driving and look at my stream.
I'm on the road, Duckie. I can't. There's other cars. It's dangerous.
I must be getting closer.
I don't know what I did.
We'll stop at the White Castle and I'll look at your game on the way to church.
Moonwalk with me, Jesus.
Are you having a moonwalking glitch over there?
Oh, it stopped. Wait, hold on. No, I want it back. Give it back. Yes. I don't know how I stopped it. Did I duck? I
don't know.
I don't know what's happening. I tried to talk to this dude in the tree, and it won't let me talk to him.
Finally, I'm doing a multi-world of Sonic Adventure 2, and I'm not playing the most broken game in the seed.
Wait a minute.
Can I maintain this and, like, if I go to, like, the next screen?
Moonwalk all the way to the final boss.
Oh, no, it breaks if I leave the screen. That's sad.
Oh my god, I just barely avoided a wall. That was fucking crazy. My nose itches so bad.
Scratch it, then.
I'm driving.
Yeah, so scratch your nose while you're driving.
That's too hard. I gotta pay attention to the road. I gotta have it at 10 and 2, you know?
No, I don't, because I don't know how to drive.
Fuck. Thanks for the useless item.
What'd I send you?
Magic gloves.
Oh. Okay, it took a moment for it to pop up on my side.
I think that might be the most useless item I could possibly get this right now. Is
I'm
Sonic's
glad that
Ancient
I can
Light.
contribute.
The only thing that ties with it is Shadow's Ancient Light.
What about that emblem?
What about the power to move you?
Telekinesis.
Wonder Boy!
I fucking love Wonder Boy. I think it might be one of my favorite Tenacious D songs.
It's me and KG! It's so fucking silly.
Yeah.
My favorite is probably something basic. Master Exploder still makes me laugh because I'm a child. Actually, the one that makes me laugh the hardest is The Government Totally Sucks.
That one's good too.
Mostly just because of the scene in the movie. That's like one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie is just him being like, "You calling me, motherfucker?"
I really like, or sorry, I have a story about Master Exploder, because Master Exploder was in Rock Band.
Yeah.
And when I was in high school, we used to have like a video game club.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
Hell yeah.
And we would play Rock Band a lot, and one of my friends would always sing Master Exploder. And so my friend was a musician, but they weren't in like the choir in high school. And one time the music teacher, like the head of the music department, was in visiting the teacher who supervised the video game club, and we were doing that. And he sat there and watched my friend nail, like, note for note perfectly nail Master Exploder. And as soon as they were done, they were like, "Why are you not in choir?"
He would blow people's minds.
Yeah.
People would be like, "I'm gonna go to my kid's recital for the choir," and then they'd go in and they'd get fucking to death.
Find out if this is gonna be a stinky seed or not.
Oh, by the way, I didn't want to interrupt your story, so I forgot to mention, I'm in Cannon Score right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a real stinky seed. I need to get, so I have 20 children of Moonlight. I have 20 babies. I need to get all 38 of them in order to beat my seed.
There should be a security door somewhere in the room. You'll need to destroy it.
You know, I know somebody who used to be afraid of babies.
Yeah.
I hate that. Anyway. Chad, my brain is poisoned. Cleanse my brain, please. Here's someone's expectation too much. The parent would come off with their side. I'm like, God, my kid is a fucking bitch. Fuck you,
Yeah.
my child.
Why can't you be like that person?
I need brain surgery and I don't love you anymore. Super Mario RPG. Sonic the Hedgehog. No, it's just another form of poison. That's like trying to get me off of caffeine by giving me fucking tequila.
Adventures of Lola 1 and 2.
1 and 2. King's 19, don't you ever.
Harvest Moon.
Think about the Pokemon. Touch him and infinite all of control. Chat. Help me. I don't know the rest of it actually.
I don't remember the rest of that part, but I do remember the Ninja Gaiden one. Sorry, Ninja Gaiden one.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts that he pronounces it wrong. Pronounces it in the whitest way possible. Cruising USA. F-Zero X and Donkey Kong Jr. Math. I like Donkey Kong Jr. Math a lot actually.
Ninja Gaiden 2. I forgot where I was gonna go.
Ninja Gaiden 3.
Cruising USA. Look over here. So I binge watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners this week because I've been playing Cyberpunk as my off-stream game. I now have associations with a specific song from Cyberpunk Edge Runners that makes me have emotional feelings every time I hear it.
Damn.
Yeah. Which is like...
This was a good show?
It's a really good show. I highly recommend it. It's only 10 episodes long, too, so... It's not like it's a hard... Like, I binged it in a day. Because it's like 2.5 hours.
Okay.
That's a movie.
Movies.
It is... I will preface it. It is a sad anime.
Oh, no. I can't watch anything like that.
Be ready to be sad.
I only watched Breaking Bad. I only watched El Camino twice this year. El Camino fucks.
Yeah?
It does. But I can't recommend it to anybody unless they've literally seen Breaking Bad because the story is literally seconds after Breaking Bad ends.
Good job. Hurry. Throw the switch and drain the liquid.
Kay and I just watched The Incredibles for the first time a few weeks ago. That was good.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I mean,
hello.
for their first time, The Incredibles is one of my favorite movies of all time. Oh, whoops, I did not throw the time switch. Eggman just yelled at me to do it. He just mansplained it to me. I did not listen.
Oh, yeah, you're, like, finishing, right?
Yeah.
System alert. System alert.
I really need to finish El Camino, but I don't want to finish it without Nikki since we watched all of Breaking Bad and plan to watch Better Call Saul. I finished Better Call Saul this year, and I was really surprised. So I definitely don't like Better Call Saul as much as Breaking Bad, but the last season is fucking nuts. Like, any problem I had with the show prior almost, like, is like, oh, fuck you, bitch. Like, that just kicks my brain in like a mule. The end was so fucking good. I think when I got to the last, like, 5 or 6 episodes, that's like, I was like, okay, there's other things I should be doing with my time. I'm just gonna watch this. I was like, okay, one more until, like, I was fucking done with the entire thing. Do I have Air Necklace? Oh, no. Honey. Honey the cat. Oh, no.
Wow, you're gonna kill 2 cats in one go.
And one of them's trans.
Knuckles, I found the switch on radar.
And the other one is Duke Nukem.
Security door control switch is accessible from the waterway.
Yeah, he shouldn't die.
You know, it's actually kind of fucked up that they made Honey the Cat Knuckles because, you know, cats don't like water, and that's all Knuckles seems to fucking do.
Well, Honey's not like other cats.
Oh, yeah.
Honey's epic.
True.
She's also based on a Fighting Vipers character, so the lore and laws of physics, I guess, also don't really apply to her too much. I really fucking like her design, though. I haven't played Fighting Vipers. But Honey the Cat slaps. Don't drown. Please stop. Oh, speaking of don't drown. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. I can't save everybody. Everybody say goodbye to Big the Cat.
I Big the Cat.
Goodbye, Big. Goodbye.
There should be a mod that turns Eggman into Big the Cat. Not in a mech, just Big the Cat.
There might be. I don't think there is, but there might be. Why did I get that air bubble? I'm literally after the switch.
Primary security lock system terminated.
Why do I
You
do
got
these
the-
things? What?
You got the air bubble so that Honey will have more air to be able to swim out after you lose control of them.
Fucking fighting chance, yeah. Depends on how long the bio lizard takes to hit. I sure hope there's nothing weird and freaky at the end of the game after that boss. So that'd be weird. That'd be fucked up.
Crazy.
I just did the bounce bracelet skip. Didn't even need that bitch. Actually, you might need it to get back. No, I've done it without it before. I think I've literally done a multi-world and a live sync without the fucking thing before. Without bounce bracelet and cannon square. It's way easier with it, but
You don't need it.
hypothetically you don't need it. Or at least you don't technically need it for cannon score, but on paper it's a go mode item. Because there's a section that's like pretty much purposefully designed for you to need bounce bracelet twice. But if you're quick enough, you can hit the golden beetle and go up on the thing, and then crawl under that, and then use the momentum of that to jump up and get to the other ledge. So you don't technically need it, but it helps a lot. Oh yeah, we gotta do a poll. We're gonna do a stank little poll, or no, prediction, not a poll. I wish they could do a poll to just whether or not I win or not. I'd win at fucking Anal Lizard way more. All right, chat. I'm gonna give you all fucking 2 minutes. This is a thing I do in Sonic Adventure 2 Multiworlds. For those of you who've never seen me do this before, Lizard first try. We have to see whether or not I'm gonna beat this boss in the first try or not. Spoiler, I usually do. Because I'm fucking sexy and awesome at video games. But you can vote no. Somebody immediately voted no the second I got cocky and said that.
Well, every time you get cocky about it, you usually end up losing, so...
Nonsense. But yeah, that actually happens. A lot. Hold on, I need to fucking... There we go. Now I can see all the chat. A baby!
Baby?
A baby! The baby's in fucking... Okay, bye, baby.
That didn't last long.
Mia fucking hates me. She hasn't cut into my flesh in weeks though, so that's been nice.
Progress.
One day though, I was like petting her because we were both just on the couch petting her, and then she jumped over and came over to just my side where Kate can't reach, and I was like, oh, hey, what's up? And I started petting her for a bit. She made like a little weird face, but I didn't think anything of it, so I stopped petting her for a while. And then I like went to reach for her again, and she fucking like just whapped my fucking hand like into the fucking couch. Dude, like with no claw or anything. Just fucking bitch slapped my hand, like with force, like with momentum. I was not expecting that much force in that little whap.
She was just like, how extremely dare you?
She really was. But like, here's the thing. If I walk into like another room and she's in the pathway, she'll like fucking run away. So she could have easily just jumped off the couch and been like, fuck you. But she was like, suck it, stop it. Get your hand off me. It's so fucking funny. Chat, cats. That sucked. Should not have done that.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I'm fighting a boss that you're supposed to fight at New Game Plus.
Oh.
So I'm doing like no damage to them. Yeah, that went about how I expected. Let's not do that unless I absolutely need to.
Blasphemous is like really Souls inspired, right?
Yeah.
But it's also 2D, so I might be able to like not suck at it as much as I do Bloodborne.
I think it's good.
I mean, it looks amazing.
I also like Souls-like games, so.
I like Shovel Knight and Hollow Knight.
Yeah.
They have elements.
It's like, I would say it's like Hollow Knight adjacent.
Okay. I need to be Hollow Knight anyway. That's on my AP wheel. I might add Super Mario World to it too.
They didn't make a Super Mario World.
A what?
They didn't make a Super Mario World 2.
Yeah, they did. Yoshi's Island.
Oh, right.
I was literally just playing that the other day, actually. I think I like that game.
It's a good
I should
game.
add it to my list of shit.
Have you ever seen the speedrun for that game? It's ridiculous.
No, I haven't. All right, everybody who believed in me, you get points. Congratulations. Thank you for believing in me.
I didn't vote because I was playing video games.
For those who didn't, mwah, ha 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 ha. Oh damn, it was fucking 2-1 too. Enjoy your fucking points, people who voted for me. Hot damn.
Did I miss? How did I miss that? I never missed that.
The servers are the 7.
Fuck you, Knuckles, I don't care. Wait a minute, Knuckles wasn't even in this story. Who's that red guy with the Master Emerald?
Saw shenanigans on your Colin Buns Discord. It had to come in. Well, welcome.
Can you hear me?
We're raising money for trans lives. Trans Lifeline.
I mean,
I can speak, but yeah, which they help with trans Lifeline. Fuck.
What?
I can't speak. I'm just gonna stop talking for a little bit.
I'm almost done with my seed.
Yeah, look at the things that Pidge is bringing up in my chat. That's everything that I'm trying to say.
Especially the last one.
Yes.
The modes.
I have hit my goal, but you know, going over the goal is never a bad idea.
Yeah. I hit both of my fucking goals for Friday and today, which I'm more surprised by just because my stream shat out entirely on fucking Friday. You all fucking nailed it, chat.
Yeah.
We
did the thing.
I'm proud of you, champ, and I take off my little baseball cap and I put it on yours. I put it on your head.
And you walk off into the sunset, and then you don't show up in the sequel movie.
Where do I go?
Oh, you just the sequel movie was direct to TV or direct to video, and your contract was too expensive for a direct to video movie, so they just didn't write you in.
So I'm voiced by fucking like Dan Castaneda, and it's really transphobic and shitty.
Yeah.
Cool.
We do love,
You love
gravy.
I actually don't love gravy.
I could also use another hint. I need one more hint in order to be able to find the last item that I need. Well, I know where the last item I need to get, or one of the last items I need to get. I need to get everything else in the fucking game to get it, which is bullshit. I guess I'm just 100% completing Blasphemous today.
That fucking sucks.
Shadow, can you hear me? You need rings to stay
But for a $10 donation,
or your rings are
I can
never to change places with each other.
get my last hint. There's a few Uber bosses that I'm not looking forward to having to fight if it comes to that.
Is that what they're called?
They're like bonus bosses, super bosses, whatever.
Uber bosses.
Uber boss.
They're good, yeah. I'm gonna fling this hedgehog into the sun.
Do it.
Ah! I guess mine is technically a bonus boss. Kinda. Not really. Well, I'm gonna die again. This boss fucking sucks. I mean, if you really want to. Anal lizard.
He being a silly.
If that's what you're into, I've got a big ship of yours.
When you don't have many rings left, make sure
Oh!
No, no, chat. It's anal lizard. He means well, and he's just having a good time, but we have to destroy his fucking body for the last time so he doesn't destroy the earth.
I call bullshit on that.
What? He's
I
going right towards it, Duckie.
fell into spikes.
Spikes are always shenanigans in any game.
It's still so weird that my
mom's
controller works for everything except for when I die. I have to use my keyboard. I don't know, it's weird. It's because I'm using a PlayStation controller instead of a Xbox controller, so it's not quite plug and play.
Oh, okay. What the? Like, okay, you all saw that, right? All right, there we go. Whatever.
I didn't see it.
Except for Duckie. Everyone except Duckie saw that, right? These
You
fucking pimples. I hit them, and they just don't. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die again. I'm gonna fucking die again. I've hit it twice.
Have you tried not dying?
I'm working on it.
Everyone here is rooting for you. Good luck.
Okay, I'm gonna go well, oh, nope, I'm gonna go underneath. What the fuck? All right, fuck that mechanic then. I'm just gonna do it again. I can do this all night, honey.
I'm excited to learn this game.
you two are the only ones who can
You too can have anal lizard. He's so
I like
much
one of those
fun.
things.
Yeah,
I'll
we
let
love
you
lizards
decide
in this
which
chat.
episode. Yeah. Lizards are amazing.
There are lizards in Ohio more than people think.
Yeah?
Yeah, when I lived in one apartment for like a year there, and yeah, they would just show up on like the little steps. They would just be chilling. It was really cool. They're just tiny little lizards. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is the game broken? Am I broken? Am I alive? Is this the afterlife? Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide? No escape from reality? This game's gonna give me fucking cancer. What were you gonna say?
There we go. Fuck.
Alright, I'm doing the fucking ring mechanic. I haven't done that in like 10 years because I haven't had to. But something about playing this in AP just makes this boss fucking impossible. Don't know why. I think it's just a Steam port, maybe.
Maybe.
We did have issues with it when I played it vanilla not that long ago, though, so maybe not.
Well, didn't you play it vanilla on Steam?
No, I was on GameCube.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Sonic,
Neat.
Shadow, everyone here is rooting for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the 100% run on GameCube, because I trust the GameCube version more than the shitty Steam port, because Sega's sucks dick. That gives me a right to shut up, Aiden the Lizard. Not now. This is for charity, Aiden the Lizard. You can't be here. Okay. I think we got one hit left.
I believe in you.
Thanks.
At least one of us has to.
Go, Blaze, go! I mean, it's not that I don't believe in myself for this boss, and I have the skill set to do it, because it's just holding in A and, like, the control stick for a while. It's just fucking such a bullshit boss that doesn't make logical fucking sense. There we go. I'm fucking done!
Yeah, let's go.
Ugh!
You did it. GG.
Who would have thought you would make it this far?
Somewhere in this timeline of this game, there's just a giant fucking lizard with a ship up its ass just flying around in space somewhere. Well, that was my seed. I guess I'm gonna stay live, but you should all go to Duckie's stream and watch the rest of it. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do in the meantime. Normally I just restream the fucking... the other players' seeds.
I mean, you can still do that.
I guess I could do that. I could do that and then put Digimon on the side of it, so I'm at least playing something. Thank you, Raspberry Space Jam. Thank you so much for developing my game.
So that gave me 24 out of the 38
Maria, this is what you wanted, right? This is my promise I made to you.
things.
Wait, how many did I give you?
I was at 20, and then you gave me 4.
8 of them?
No, I have 24, and I need 38.
Oh, I gave you 4?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be way more than that. That fucking sucks. Why is chat giving me actually good suggestions? What the fuck?
Picross? Yeah.
Julia said Super Mario World. Kay said Picross. This is bullshit. You're all supposed to tell me to just play Volta Flip thrice.
Mario,
Where is Shadow?
By the way, chat, this is what we do every time for those of you who don't watch me often or have never seen me do a Sonic Adventure 2 Multiworld, we watch the final cutscene.
Do you really
It's more important than the Pledge of Allegiance.
created him? Shadow,
It's more important than singing hymns on Sunday.
here on Earth?
He was what he was. A brave and heroic hedgehog.
I'd like everyone to know that I have 69,000 Tears of Atonement.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
That's hot.
Yeah.
That's 69 and 3 people doing gymnastics and contorting their bodies into a hoop shape next to you.
Things he accomplished himself.
Yeah.
He was my hero,
Hot shit.
and I wanted
2BH. This is an 18+ stream, by the way.
Did he really mean to destroy
We talk about hooping here.
But what I do know is,
Talk about Hoopa?
We talk about Hoopa. I love Hoopa. I love that
Hoopa's
bitch.
cool.
right?
Fucking love Hoopa. Little Hoopa, like the genie Hoopa. I mean, they're both fucking gins.
But the little one, the Hoopa Bound.
Nah, I think I'm gonna give up.
Yeah, the one's
It's already
unbound. What's the other one
too much
called?
work for two little
I think it's just called Hoopa.
Anyway, I've got something
That's horseshit.
better than Julia
Pokemon sucks.
I'm thinking about right now.
Can't believe I played that shitty game on Friday.
It'll all work out. You'll see.
I can't believe I only did that with 3 hints. Thanks everybody. Thanks to Kay and Raspberry Space Jam and Mikey and everyone else who donated throughout the entirety of this, obviously. But thanks for specifically the hints for me to get my shit. Because that Shovel Claw was a fucking doozy.
Dude, the planet is cool.
I don't know if it's worth for me to do hints at this point, because I just have to do everything anyways.
Hey Duckie, guess what?
What?
Hey chat.
Sayonara.
Sayonara! Shadow the Hedgehog! Thanks everyone.
I said the thing.
It's gonna play your favorite song now. In a second.
Live and learn.
It's on the piano still.
Living and learning. Don't talk to me until I've had my live and learn.
There we go. Now we're living and learning.
Hell yeah. Are we
You
hanging
scream
on
lyrics as
until
much
the
as
edge
you
of
want.
tomorrow?
What?
Are we hanging on until the edge of tomorrow?
Yeah. I'm gonna go pee.
Okay, you go piss, girl.
I'm gonna leave the mic on because if I go to turn the mic off in the fucking software, it's gonna make the song stop. Here I go.
All right, have fun. Oh shit, I don't have the... Oops, that could have been bad. Did I get the... I didn't get the warp! I'm sad. This. Oh, blue candle. What's this? I gotta do a lot of busy work in my seed now because one of my go mode items is locked behind bullshit. I'm not angry. This is the nature of Multiworlds, though.
Is this the stage you would like to go to?
So I'm having to go back and forth between my tracker and the chats because I only have so much real estate of my screens. Every now and then I just realize there was a point in time in my life where I was okay with having one screen. Now I'm like, 2 screens, not enough. I need at least 3 screens now. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. I need you to be a different spell. So how's everyone doing? Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a great day, other than the bullshit that's happening to me right now. Making a burger for your dad? I want a burger. I still have leftover pizza. I ordered pizza for the weekend, and I'm almost out of pizza. Makes me a little sad. But also, you know, it was intended to only last me for this weekend. So, it did its job. Good job, pizza.
Borgear.
Borgear?
Borgear.
I like Borgear.
Borgear. Borgear. How's Blasphemous going?
It's going.
I'm gonna put you up on my little silly little stream.
Hell yeah.
But all of you should just watch Duckie anyway.
Yeah. Watch me suffer the torment of...
Haha, yes! How many chips and cheese?
That sounds amazing right now.
Yeah. I think so. These are Meyer tortilla chips that have been like sitting around in Kay's apartment for centuries, so I might have to leave the call and throw up after I eat them, but
okay.
Until then, we're gonna have fun with some cheese and chips. And my browser is going to work, or I'm going to kick its shins in.
Kick its shins in anyway.
Firefox is alright.
We're visible. The wireless company that make...
Yeah.
I like Firefox. Does Khadgar play ads?
I don't think so.
Should I just watch your stream through Khadgar? I'll watch it through here and then fucking kill it when it plays ads. Cause fuck you, Chipotle. You get nothing from me.
It's nothing. Oh, whoa! Don't have the relic on that lets me not die from large falls.
Oh no, the proportions aren't locked on this fucking capture, so I can just go, well, it's Duckie, but woo!
Whoa. I'm all crazy now.
How do I get it to do that?
Oh.
I would love it if it fucking went.
We just talk about how all of the seeds that I've gotten for We Dissent have been really stinky.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
All of the seeds that I've gotten for We Dissent have been really stinky.
Is that true? Wow, that's fucked up. I guess I didn't get to watch. Oh wait, no, I didn't get to watch the first one because my stream fucking died.
Yeah.
I was about to be like, I didn't watch it. It was so fucking weird. It was so fucking bizarre. I wish someone was there to like fucking see what I saw. It was so goddamn weird. Like, it wasn't explicitly an internet issue. It wasn't explicitly a fucking OBS issue. It was the most
I found your
bizarre fucking thing.
sunglasses.
What?
I found your sunglasses.
Gee, thanks. Honey's gonna look so cool in those.
Yeah.
This is so much cheese. I'm scared. Yeah, I might play this game one day, but definitely not anytime soon. I got a lot of stuff on the docket.
Oh, this stupid puzzle. Okay, I figured it out. I figured out the puzzle.
God, this game looks so pretty. Like, I know I say this every fucking time that you play this game in AP, but like, God, this game looks so fucking pretty.
It is pretty.
Looks so good. I think these chips are like healthy to eat.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, they've been sealed. I don't think I cleared that part up. They've been here for fucking ages since the apartment building was built, but they have been sealed.
Okay. Dealt with that bullshit. Oh, okay. I understand how this works now.
Oh, actually, these are technically expired. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, probably.
They're like 6
I don't
days
understand how
expired. What?
I don't understand how this works. I do that. That moves both of you.
What's that goop?
What goop?
What's the goop?
What goop?
The red goop.
Oh, it's like a platform.
Yeah, but what is it?
What?
Ew! Ew! Icky! Gross! That's gross and icky.
Did I figure this out? I figured it out. Let's go. So
You're
smart.
so fucking genius and good at video games. You have figured it out such. I'm gonna deactivate my multi-world hint redeem. Thank you all for helping me out. I mean, I guess I can keep the god mod and robot voice redeems up. If you all want me to do that for the last like hour. I might pull up a game. I might pull up a game so we're just not watching Duckie in a second. But at the same time, like I really need these cheese and chips right now. I need these things in my life.
Okay, now I need to figure out how the fuck to get up.
Ah, fuck. Damn, that was close.
I think I figured it out. I figured it out.
This looks more stressful than the messenger.
I mean, this part is just specifically a stupid puzzle.
Oh, okay. Because like the messenger has shit like that all over the place, but it feels really nice to. Oh, thank you. It feels really nice because it's like you're just a big ninja and you're jumping about. Jumping a boot is what I say now because I live closer to the Canadian border than I did before.
True. You've fully embraced.
Embraced it, eh?
Yeah. Where's the closest? Okay. Know where I'm going. Ow. Threw books at me. All this bullshit for a single check.
Damn. Hate that.
Yeah. Well, when I have to find all of the fucking shit that I need to find.
I guess I don't need Pop Tracker open anymore, do I?
Probably not.
Or Steam. Can shut down Steam. I don't explicitly need Chat Arena right now because I have your stream open. I think I need VitoTube.
My one check is...
I got a bot I don't trust. I'm gonna go yeet it.
Yeet.
Bye-bye. I like how if I do it through Firebot, it gives a reason to the, like, in the thing, it just says reason. Banned by Firebot. And I'm like, you know what? That is good enough reason. Why was I banned? Banned by Firebot.
Oh, understandable. Have a nice day.
Oh, Firebot, okay.
Don't remember what I had on. Use that. Sure, it's good enough. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm eating chips.
End of thought.
You're gonna kill me?
Yes. I've all been leading up to this moment. I hope Kay will forgive me.
Probably not. I don't know if you noticed, one of my tags for the stream is just girls in all caps.
It's a good tag.
I think so. Anyway, I've changed my stream category
To Let's Watch.
I don't know if you've heard of this game, actually. It's pretty obscure.
What game is it?
Super Mario World? I think the Thallium.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it behind you. You can be in the way of Super Mario World.
Hell yeah.
And then I'll put the big screen up here. This is a clusterfuck. This looks like hot ass right now. Except all your beautiful donations up on the top. Those look great.
Yeah. Oh, come back.
Come back to me. It's almost sleazy.
All right, we only need 12 more cherubs.
Sure. The Y button, the B button, the X button, the A
Oh, jeez.
button. The OG's button.
I almost beefed it super hard there.
Super Hardio?
Super Hardio RPG.
Chronic the Sledge Slog. Conky Dong 3. Adventures of Ho Ho 1 and 2.
It's like a weird Pokemon to give its own game, but you know, we're here for it.
King's Dick, Dig Dug, Dick Dug.
I'm sure the organizers are very glad that they invited us to.
We're doing a charity stream for We Dissent. How do you get this menu to go away?
Fun.
Oh, you just wait and hit A. You have to be patient for 2 seconds, and that's why I'm not good at puzzle games.
Patience?
Let's go to Yoshi's house. I don't want to play the main game. Let's go to Yoshi's house.
27 out of 38. We only need 11 more. Hey, if someone wants to donate $110 so I can...
You can hit for all your shit.
and for all my cherubs.
I've gone to rescue my friends who were captured by Bowser. That's not a Yoshi fucking footprint. Oh, it's his hand.
Oh,
I don't know how to play this game. Thanks. Thanks for the emblem.
Yeah, no problem.
Nice, exemplaris excommunications.
Excommunicatus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Spanish.
Oh.
Amy, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, welcome. Amy is another member of the We Dissent crew.
I was watching Amy earlier.
Yeah. It's an Amy raid.
Wow.
What were you playing? Can I get a shout out for Amy, please?
Fine, I'll be a mod. Jesus Christ.
I have other mods in my chat. Doesn't have to be you. See, look, there you go.
Pidge, thank you.
Playing Dungeons and Dragons. Hell yes. I like Dungeons and or Dragons.
That sounds like sorcery that Jesus wouldn't want me playing with. I don't think I like that.
Yeah, true.
I don't think I like that. I've never played D&D. I want to play D&D. I know a lot about D&D.
Are you free on Wednesdays?
I stream with you on Wednesdays, Dork.
Yeah, but like after.
You want me to voice characters for you for 2.5 to 3.5 hours depending on what's happening, and then play D&D, where I'm also going to be voicing my own character for hours.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the follow.
Forget about it, Queen.
I assume that was Amy. Thank you very much for the follow. If that wasn't Amy...
Cryptolisk.
Oh, Cryptolisk. Thank you very much for the follow. I think Amy followed me earlier. I can't see my OBS right now because I have so many things on screen. Yeah, I was asking because we were looking for another player in my Wednesday group, which Pidge is part of.
I mean, it's a little more incentivizing since I, like, would be filling a hole. I'm just knocking them out of the park with the whole fucking sentence construction this stream.
Yeah. We could do like a trial run. Like if you just want to join for like a session or two.
I can come in and be a little character and then everybody will be like kills Aiden's character.
I don't think we'd do that, but like if you're just not feeling it, like you can just stop playing and like no one will hold it against you.
I can canonically go to Toys R Us in the sky. That's a phrase people use, right?
With the way the campaign works, that might be canon. It's a weird campaign.
I am interested.
Just as like a reference of like how weird it is. Part of the world map is Australia. Not like a country named Australia. It's literally just Australia.
Australia.
Some of the NPCs that we've interacted with are Bill Nye the Science Guy, Antonio Banderas. There was a city called New Lou, which is just New York, but it was named by a guy named Big Lou.
Okay. Yep. Sure.
There was Yakuza. There was an entire black square missing from the world. Yeah.
I wonder where that went.
We have stared into the abyss at least once.
I think I remember you telling me about that abyss there.
Yeah. It's wild.
I wish I was good at this game at all. Anyway, cool.
I don't know where I'm going.
Dungeons and Dragons. Hey, look, chat. Look at my screen. I'm Mario, and I can
teach yourself
towards Duckie's face.
Do it. You'll never reach it, but you can run.
He can briefly give you a little smooch. He goes, give you a little smooch.
You're like, oh.
Mario loves you. We're currently in a dungeon where we have to find an actual real Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but it makes people go insane.
Yes, so I forgot about the crunch. I forgot about the crunch. I have a magical staff who is sentient and talks to me. His name is Killfucker Master. He is my best friend.
I'll at least maybe I'll make a character sheet tonight and think about it.
Yeah. We are level 6 currently, 6 or 7.
Oh damn! I can have fun with it. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I like making character sheets anyway, but
I can't remember
why am I
if we're
constantly spinning.
6 or 7.
Does anyone who plays Super Mario World know why the fuck I'm constantly spinning? Anyway, this stream's about Blasphemous.
Level 6. We are level 6.
Oh, the X and a jump with the A button, but if you don't hold an X, you won't. Oh wait, no, A is just a spin jump. That's odd. What the fuck's up with that?
What's the deal with spin jumping?
What's the deal? I don't feel comfortable talking about Jerry Seinfeld during this charity stream. Oh,
we weren't talking about him.
Feel as good in this as he does in 2? Oh my god! Oh, that's real bad.
Real stinky with it?
It's fucking stinky with it. See, because the A button is jump to me, but it's fucking trick jump in this game.
Should be the other way around, isn't it?
I don't fucking know. I'm using an Xbox controller to play a SNES game that I didn't grow up with. I sold. Oh god, I stole my SNES in the move.
Tragic.
I only had 3 games for it, and I rarely played them because my SNES was broken, so I actually don't mind. but
That's fair.
still a little stank.
Oh, this is tragic. I need 10 more fucking little cherub boys.
Thanks for the emblem.
Yeah, you're welcome.
For those who just coming in, my Sonic Adventure 2 seed is already done. Duckie's just fucking playing Blasphemous now. Finishing up her seed. Also, I own a SNES Classic. I could literally just hook up a SNES Classic right now and not do this.
You're gonna head out and eat before your actual Dissent stream? Alrighty.
Oh.
You enjoy your food. Thank you very much again for the raid.
Thanks for the raid. Thank you. What else can I say but thank you?
Yes. Be sure to stretch and all that and self-care yourself. Participate in self-care. This is a threat.
Do you not have the flutter jump in this game?
No.
This game sucks. You all like stinky.
You're also not.
babies.
You're also not playing as Luigi. Luigi's the one who fluttered.
You can't play as Super Mario World.
You can if you're player 2.
Do you have the flutter jump?
I don't think so. I think he's just a palette swap in that game.
I thought so. I want to use the Geno skin when I play an AP.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, Geno palette. It's not really a skin. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Yeah. There's gotta be a fucking way to do this that makes it like a million times easier. Like maybe I should make like the B button R instead? Or something? Or the X button, I mean? Or maybe they're flipped. Here, let's put this SNES control on play. The X is the Y button. Or no. Yeah. Maybe I should flip them. Maybe I should flip the whole daggum thing. That way it doesn't feel like ass. There's your problem. So that's X now. It's Y now.
Where is it?
Alright, so that's the normal jump, and then yeah, okay, and then like B's, okay. Well, alright, that's a little better. It is a slight improvement over before.
Hell yes. If you like slight improvements.
It's one of my most favored sentences to enunciate.
Slight improvement?
Mostly just interrupting the main chorus to reposition things in a place more pleasurable.
I don't need the dove skull.
I'm Andy.
I like to get in the way.
You want to get a shot at Jay? I'm turning on to work.
Okay.
Yeah, Kacy in chat still.
Yeah.
We both have head turning names now. Or people say something just like normal and just like, huh? I think they also said multiple people suggested like Caden as like would be a cool name, and they were like, no.
No, that's your couple name.
Well, that could be a couple name, but somebody suggested that as just like a name, and they were like, incorrect. Not doing that.
Appreciate you, but wrong.
I already fucking turn my head over when people just go like, hey! Hey! And I'm like, what? What the fuck you want, bitch?
I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat my seed in the time constraint we have.
I can boot up a tier maker at the flip of a hat.
I will posit this thing is, what if I just get the thing that's locked behind the 10 other items that I need to get, and then I only have to worry about finding one other item.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm already done. It's your seed. I don't care. I mean,
Which
I normally don't care.
I still can't hint for that other item though, so because I only got the 1 hit point.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So I would still have to search for it, but it'd be less of a pain in the ass. Oh, maybe it's just right here.
I just fucked up. I just threw Yoshi onto a block. I don't think I could do that again if I tried. There we go. Everybody who's played Super Mario World before that is looking at my stream right now is probably wants to commit a hate crime right now. But you can't, because it's Trans Lifeline stream. Haha. You have to wait until tomorrow.
I'm really mad at this game for blocking one of my needed items behind fucking a collection minigame side quest.
The bells, bells, bells.
I don't remember if these are checks or not.
The lady.
The lady.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, they have me trapped in this little thing. I'm constantly in a state of kneeling. I want to eat too many of these fucking cheese and chips and feel like an asshole in like 30 minutes from now. Bye, Yoshi.
Well, I fell. That's okay though.
What is that? Press how to use the thing. I already learned this from the DS one. Joke's on you, Mario.
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 That is your real name.
I got one of them there SNESes, and I was starting to play that Super Mario World. I was like, what the heck are these turtles doing in the top of the cages? Turtles can't climb. I just played like 2 Ape Escape songs back to back. I'm in heaven right now. That's another game that if they put in AP, I will cry.
Yeah.
The Ape Escape. I'm pretty sure nobody's working on that right now.
I don't even know if it's been a thought until like right now.
I was about to say, I think about it. I think I'm not every night and day. I think about playing Ape Escape.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I wouldn't normally do this if we were just like streaming normally, but I am considering just giving myself the items that I need in order to be able to beat the game.
Yeah, fuck it. No one cares. It's fine.
Hey.
Chat, speak now if you give a remote fuck about any of that. Half of them probably don't even know what you're talking about.
It's true.
They ain't never seen no multi-world randomizer before. Pidge is conflicted.
Yeah.
This bitch. This bitch. This bitch. This is the stupidest fucking stream I've done in a while. just fucking. And now you can watch Multiworld and picture in a picture.
Or Satellite. We need him to do his Tony Schiavone impression.
Why did your stream just do some pixel shit? I hope that was just on my end. It went
Keep
away
pressing
like 2
like
seconds.
Oh hey, I got sword up.
Stabbing. Don't bonk me the head. Yeah, I would say just get your good item or whatever if you didn't already.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it in a second here.
Oh, Lord! What is happening in there? This game's
Alright,
so
I mean...
weird. Whose idea was it to have a little spin button like this? This is what I thought. I beat the first little boss, little Koopling.
Oh yeah. And what's the other one? I think it's the... Oh look, I found my mask. Crazy.
It's playing Super Monkey Ball 2 songs now. I'm just getting all monkeyed up out here. I got Monkeycore. But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know what the fuck just happened, you can, if whoever sets up your multi-world enables this feature, you can just put in like exclamation point get item into the thing, and you can just get a thing.
Yeah,
But
I wouldn't normally do
cheating.
it. It is cheating, but also we have a time limit, so...
Yeah. Depending on who you're running it with, they might get up in arms about it. But when I run the multi-world, if people are just like, I'm so fucking stressed out, but I don't want to hit get item, I'm like, bitch, just hit a get item. Just do it. No one cares, and if they do, I'll fight them.
IRL.
Like, if you're already at the point you're considering it, then it's probably that bad.
I just want to beat the game on stream.
Yeah.
Oop, almost beefed right there.
Beef! That's
Beef!
just some rocket power for you.
Buff.
Oh my god, Yoshi.
You know what, to make up for it, I will make attempts to fight the super version of the second last boss.
Super version RPG.
Yeah. Sonic the boss. That's gonna be the next iteration of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the boss.
Which band are they gonna get to do the butt rock for this one? They got like Kellen Quinn or something last time. Unless it's the async I'm currently in, then it's okay for certain people. Okay, just do it. Just hit the get item. Fuck them. They're my friends, but in this particular scenario, fuck them. Just fucking do it. No one cares. I guarantee the second you do it, no one's gonna fucking give a shit. Most people probably won't even fucking notice. Those be happy you got the checks.
Oh, fucker.
Right now, Kay's in an async multi-world. You don't have to do these multi-world randomizers in real time. You can do them and set them up, and then you can like do them over time in the same server. And just do them at your leisure. I don't like it as much though, because the point of the multi-world for me is like partially the social aspect. So for the async, it's just like playing my game, but sometimes I can't do it. And that's like it. But I also haven't really done an async. I've done like a half sync. Where sometimes we're there and sometimes we're not. But that was also only just with Kay pretty much. If we do a Dork Congregation multi-world async, I'll stream it probably every time I get into it. But I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not.
Sorry,
And it's gonna have fucking stipulations. It's gonna have rules, and everyone's gonna hate them, except for me.
Okay, my parry button stopped working. Sorry, if I get quiet, it's because this boss is bullshit and I'm concentrating.
No, that's kind of what I figured.
Part of the reason why I don't like playing this. Whoa, ooh, that would have been tragic. Part of the reason why I don't play this game by myself, like stream it by myself, because when I get to hard bosses like this, I'm just like, nah.
You just make that noise the whole stream?
Yep, whole time.
Oh, all right. I mean, it's your stream. Is it playing more Super Monkey Ball? Jesus Christ. Who turned on the fucking monkey switch in my banger playlist?
Monkey.
Monkey. Have you seen that one Sun Wukong game for like PS1 or whatever, and it's like, monkey!
Oh, fuck.
You get like you get a 1-up and it goes, monkey! I don't remember what it's called. But you basically play Sun Wukong and it does that when you get 1-up. It's really funny. Speaking of weird PS1 shit, Tom's coming back. I'm fucking excited for that.
Yeah.
Chat, tell me about games you're excited about. Or don't. I just like making conversation. This is like the 8th stage. It's just fucking evil. Not even the 8th stage. It's the one where the big fucking cheese pillars can kill you. Haunted oh, that's who makes that one? They made something.
I got distracted. Chocolatier.
That's me distracting you.
Come in. No.
Oh yeah, Stardew Valley guy. Okay. I do not know about Concerned Ape. This is a very monkey stream.
Monkey.
I'm about it. We need more monkey streams, truth be told.
True.
I gotta make a monkey PNG for Ape Escape whenever we get around to it. But also my PS3 is in storage, so that's not gonna be anytime soon.
The monkey PNG is just gonna look like your kitty PNG, but with different shaped ears.
I mean, pretty close, probably. All my PNGs look like the same, but with this instead. We started so much, I kind of want to start a new farm. I've never played Stardew Valley. It's on PS Plus, if I recall. What? Stardew Valley? Or Ape Escape?
Nope.
I think it is on Ape Escape, because we looked at it the other day. Or, it is on Ape Escape. Ape Escape is on Ape Escape. When I was a baby, I was afraid of babies.
When I was Ape Escape, I was playing Ape Escape.
You big-haired freer. You get out there and you find Jeffrey, 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 and you find Jeffrey. I have over 300 hours. I want to get to the new end game stuff.
I think
like
in
the
Stardew
new
Valley.
Sick nasty.
I parried!
Is this the last boss?
Second last boss.
Okay.
The last boss is the Pope.
Oh. You're right. Sorry, I mistook that person for the Pope. The Pope is always doing this.
Fuck.
I'm gonna munch on some chips while you do that, and while these ghosts taunt me. Let's check the charity amount on stream real quick. We are collectively at pardon you. $16,788.69. Good job, everybody. You fucking nailed it. Oh god. Oh, I'm not used to the fucking cape yet. I was just talking to Kay about this the other day. Oh, you almost got this bitch. Yo! Cool. Thanks for the emblem.
Yeah, except, second phase.
Oh, come on! Stupid twisted video games. Why can't everything just be how it looks? Why can't I just have everything exactly what it's supposed to be and the game tells me what to do constantly? I got 15! I don't know what the fuck that means, but I got 15.
This part's optional. I just wanted to try it for funny kicks.
Sure. I should maybe ask where we're going in like 20 minutes.
I think we're going to different places.
I should probably ask where I'm going in like 20 minutes. Oh wait.
I mean, if you want to ask where I'm going too.
Nah, only me. Only myself. That's all I care about. I'll ask for you too, because you're fighting strange freaks. Of the wrapped agony.
I'm gonna give this one more try, and then I'm gonna take off the item that is making me fight the second phase. Actually, we only have 20 minutes. I'm gonna do it now because I still have another boss after this.
You should probably just do it now. Yo.
I have a second put on.
Is that thing just a bunch of? Oh, those are people holding that up. I thought it was a bunch of teeth. Oh, well, I just walked right into a fucking nothing, into a ledge. So that's pretty cool.
Sure, this one.
You'll love to see that sort of thing. I might just leave up the charity as a whole. I already hit goal and I'm not really doing a whole lot of anything.
Yeah.
There we go. You're gonna see what the total what we did. I'm pretty proud of that.
It's great.
And you all should be too.
And we're not done yet. There's still a few more streams going.
He's not over yet. Yeah. I think the last stream ends around either like sometime between 11 or midnight EST.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be well, I'm not supposed to discuss it, so you won't find out. Tee-hee, just a little tiny little secret. Just a tiny little secret that I can't give you. Haha.
What a tease.
I goofed you. I teased you. Hee 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 hee, chat.
So the funny thing about this is that, despite the fact that I don't have to do the second phase now, the first phase is harder because the item that unlocks the second phase also gives me a shit ton of damage on my attacks.
Okay. Oh my fucking god, this is the hardest game known to fucking humankind. You people play this for fun? I'd rather play fucking Blasphemous.
Why do you think I'm playing it right now?
I only play all these games that I play on stream because I hate Super Mario World. One day Duckie's just frustrated in front of a SNES, like, fuck, this game fucking sucks! And somebody was like, here, have you heard of Final Fantasy VI? And she was like, that's fucking boring. And they're like, have you tried Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide?
If that's not true, I fucking love Final Fantasy VI.
Final Fantasy VI is pretty good. I'm gonna be playing it eventually. Hopefully by the end of the year, depending on how long fucking Neo 2 takes.
It's time my parries. Oh god.
Fucking Christ, I cannot hit this on switch to save my life.
I parried that. Fuck you.
Oh, I forgot how the stage worked for 2 seconds briefly, so I just died. I have 20 fucking thousand channel points in your fucking chat, and I don't know what the fuck to do with it.
Right now, hopefully nothing.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. Well, I thought I would jump around that Koopa. Hey, you wanna come on down the subway, get yourself a croissant with a wrapped agony? With a Diet Pepsi?
Okay.
What is that? The fuck you mean? What the fuck is that? It's like a wrap. With the croissant in it, the croissant.
I parried! Fuck off. There we go.
The agony's on the inside. Why would it be called the wrapped agony? It'd be wrapped in agony. That's fucking stupid. Oh, never mind. You can dance in this game. I see the appeal now.
Super Mario World?
Yeah. I'm doing it.
Get fucked.
Almost there. Nice.
Turn.
Requiem Eternum. Wow.
Alright, now I can put that item back on that gives me a bunch of damage.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I hope I don't need that thing. Oh, you kind of do.
One less item for the road. The last check in the game, like in terms of progression, was an emblem.
Thanks for that emblem.
Yeah, I got you. Let's go kill the Pope.
Yeah.
Did you find out where we're going?
No, I've been playing Super Mario World like an idiot. Not to say I'm an idiot, just to say that Super Mario World, I'm very bad at it. I did not grow up with this game. It is a fucking mystery to me. I thought it would be more like New Super Mario Brothers, but just old feeling, but it's fucking not. It just feels like hell.
Anyways, here's the Pope.
Sure. I mean, I recognize him from TV, so... Let me go bug him.
You can tell he's an asshole because he has wind physics in his boss fight. Does the Pope keep running away? Does he not want a hug? No, unfortunately, no. Anyways, here's Pope Phase 2.
I asked where we're going.
Oh, okay.
If there was something posted about we were supposed to know that prior, oops. We're gonna raid you all to someone else. We're gonna show you all the door in like 15 minutes. But before that happens, thanks again.
I hate this boss fight.
No, but it's
Get the fuck
killing
back
the Pope will be easy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, if he's got the power of God so bad, why is he such a fucking pussy?
I'm not about to let this go to another phase. Fuck off. No! Bitch.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Hey, someone in Aiden's chat, type exclamation point fuck off. All one
I
word.
can do it. I'm not doing anything.
True.
I just turned off Super Mario World. Or no, I didn't turn off Super Mario World. I might as well.
I have killed the Pope.
Yeah, we got like 13, 14 minutes. GG on killing the Pope, I think.
Yeah.
Assuming that's the end.
It's the end of this ending.
Oh, guy. Is it snowing or is that a bunch of napkins? Give me some of
I
that
think
blasphemia.
I think it's supposed to be ashes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't pick the... I can't... Why is the controller not? I would love to control the game, please.
Anyways, all this and we get the bad ending.
Oh, I picked up the wrong controller. That's why it's not working.
Good job.
Thank you. I figured it out. Oh, all right.
I've been consumed by the mountain. That's the bad ending.
Looked pretty good to me.
Oh.
Actually, this is probably spoilers-ish for the game, so I should probably turn those off on my feed.
I'll just skip it. I can't skip it.
I mean, either way, the seed's done, so fuck it.
Yeah. I did it.
Where the fuck is
100% completely legitimately beat my seed.
Congrats.
Blasphemous 2 is coming out soon, and I'm very excited. I might play that on stream.
Utasin 3. Mus.
Oops.
I'll leave it on so we can see the credits for this game I didn't play. Did you just
I think
go back
Blasphemous
up?
2 might... Yeah. I think Blasphemous 2 might be out already. Hold on.
Oh?
Oh, August 24th. Okay. You can pre-purchase it.
That's really close, though.
Yeah. End of this month?
Sure. I mean, you can look at it that way.
It's approximately the end of this month.
Yeah. Duckie's on my screen twice, don't fucking question it.
I'm here, and I'm also there.
Well. Well, I guess we're gonna raid somebody in like 11 minutes. Duckie, how you feel? What's on your mind? Other than Blasphemous 2 existing?
I don't know. I'm glad that I participated in this weekend. I'm glad that we raised a shit ton of money for a really good cause. Yeah. Thank you everyone who came out and supported us and the other people. Thank you for the people in the raid train, both active chatters and lurkers. Huge shout out for a personal thank you from me to Pidge, who has been in every single one of my streams moderating and doing the doodles. You did not have to do that, but I appreciate that you did. Thank you to Aiden, who was also in my chats modding when they were able to. Thank you to Kay, who was modding as well. Thank you to the organizers of the shoutouts to Waluigi. Thank you for the organizers who organized this whole event and invited myself and also Aiden and other people to participate. Shoutouts to Icy Web, shoutouts to Cast, shoutouts to Kacy. Again, down in the in my description, you can get a full list of every single person who participated in this weekend, and also Pidge is here. There's some other people who were also modding, but not part of the event,
including a partner.
Yeah.
I like trans people. I think they're cool.
Yeah.
That was my impression of someone that's like a really like uppity fucking like flesh tuber, like one of those like straight dudes with like the fucking like slicked back like hair, and it's like, I don't know, maybe dyed red a little bit on the tips because Markiplier did it once or something like that, you know. And he's like really fucking basic, and his whole personality is just like, we're gonna get pumped because we just hit 2 million followers on Twitch.tv. Anyway, trans people are like pretty cool.
Yeah.
Live
like
your truth, transgenders.
I'm gonna close the game and also go to my end screen.
Well, what the fuck? What? Okay.
Yeah, that will be it for me for We Dissent. I normally stream on Mondays, but I'm probably going to take tomorrow off because I streamed 3 days in a row, and I am sleepy. I'm going to sleep for the next 3 days.
I'm going to raid. I mean, we're already basically fucking done.
Yeah.
I'm assuming are Caliber and Benjamin. I know Benjamin is live. I'm assuming Caliber is live now.
They probably are.
Check. Allegedly they are. Whoopsie.
Yeah,
I almost went to the air traffic control. That's not what I meant to do. I didn't want to do that.
Yep. We are being split off into various raids. My controller is trying to run away.
I'm just gonna start mine now.
Bye, Hoso.
Bye, Hoso.
Bye, Hoso. Bye, Hoso.
We have 7 minutes, but like I don't know what to do for 7 minutes, so.
We can play rock paper scissors for 7 minutes. It'd be really hard to do because we're
PNGs. Oh my god, they can only see us do 4 things, and half of them are blink. Rochambeau is a dead concept to us.
Unfortunate. Anyways, I am going to start my raid as well. I am going over to Benjaminets, who is reading Homestuck.
Still?
Yeah, I mean, it was 1 page for every $2, and
Damn, how much Homestuck do they have?
They've by themselves raised like $10,000.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm rating Caliber died.
Yes, once again, one more shout out to everyone who was here, everyone who contributed both to my campaign, but also the campaign in general. Thank you to Aiden for streaming with me today.
Okay.
I'm gonna start my raid now.
And as I say at the end of every stream, bye!